Hi everyone, good evening. I hope you're all doing well. It's good to see you. Saima, thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I hope you're all doing well. Mister, I cannot help you with your Witcher addiction because I have gone through the same thing. The only thing that helped for me was play it until I was sick of it, and then watch other people play it. That's been my cure to the Witcher addiction, so I'm not sure how much that helps. Hi Ive, hi Chubex, good to see you guys. How are you doing? I'm pretty well. My tooth is much better today, so I am super happy. Haven't even had to take any painkillers today. So I am hyped, because this means I don't have to go to the dentist. So I'm happy. Hi Skibbles! How are you doing? So yeah, I'm doing very well. And I have been thinking about this game all day. I'm so upset that I had to end early yesterday. There was a situation with this drunk guy outside the apartment front door, and I was so upset because we're getting to the really good parts of this game, and I want to just keep going, and I want to see where everything goes. Hi Eric, good to see you. At the bank. Oh, can someone say hi to Eric for me? Since he doesn't have sound. Getting sick of it is not an option? Well, I mean, you come to a point where there is just no more story and no more quests. So maybe just play until then. How far are you even in the game, mister? Are you making progress on the main quest, or are you focusing on like side quests and stuff? Also, I need to get into the game because the creaking of the chandelier is driving me crazy. Putting the cat in catastrophe? Nice. Didn't even finish the main story? Well, you can't say that you have a problem until you have finished the main story. Wasn't a drunk guy fight, it was a ghost? The funny thing is, he did start knocking on the door at the exact moment that Ash called us on the phone, so that was a little creepy. Right, mister, so we have a really fun part coming up. Hi, Fari! Good to see you. So, I mentioned it in Discord, but we have a giveaway today. We're giving away a copy of Bastion, thanks to Fari. If you want to join, you can press !enter, and then how many entries you want. You can have a maximum of 10 entries, and they all cost 100 points each. There will also be a bot message reminding you regularly. It is possible to run out of quests in Witcher. I know, it's hard to believe. If you spend like 300-400 hours in the game, you'll get there. Akalia, thank you so much for that raid. Really appreciate it. That is super kind. Thank you. How was your stream? How are you finding My Time with Portia? Did you play it for the first time today? I saw that you bought it. Is it living up to your expectations? We have to answer the phone because this is calling. When I want to think, I sit and let the minutes tick by until an idea comes to my mind or a pulse settles down. And yet, dried leaves and twigs crack out of my shoes as I make another pass at them. Terror is too mild to describe what this is. Oh, he's calling Ash. There's no way in hell I'm going back. I thought Ash was calling us, but we're calling... Oh. Whatever she is, the ghost, pleading won't work. The moment we saw that letter, she's been after us.
But I can't run. Not this time.
I'm trying to just get through this so we don't have the sound of the phone. Nearly 2 hours have gone by since I left the comfort of my room for the solitude of the park. 2 excruciating hours since I've started making calls. No one's answering. Not even Rebecca, who has always kept her phone line open in case other people need her. Or Isabella, who frequently checks hers for any messages and readily responds as soon as she can afford. It does not help that Ash hasn't said a word of where he went off to as well. Ooh, I'm glad to hear that, Akalia. It's nice. So, here's the thing. earlier in this chapter, Ash and Isabella came to Zach's apartment, and they were like, Ash was kind of acting as if he now believed that the ghost is real. And they had a plan that they were going to do something to get rid of the ghost, and they didn't say anything about what that plan was. And now Zach saw the ghost again, and he can't get a hold of them. This is not good, guys.
Damn it! I knew I should have asked him before I let him leave.
This is not good at all. Knowing him, he can be anywhere. But there's really only one place he's likely to be at this time. The mansion? Oh, fuck off. Why the mansion? Because he's working, and he's working on a case that's related to the rights. Can't trust Ash to be reliable. Oh no. No. He's a detective and all, but he's not reliable. The sun has already peaked over the horizon when I make it to the mansion. I have no idea what I'm expecting to see once I got there. There's Ashton, first and foremost. And part of me wishes my assumptions are correct, and he's really somewhere close by a stakeout. But I've never been the unlucky source when it comes to that kind of guessing. And even after I made a round of the immediate vicinity, I could find neither hide nor hear of him. Calling him just no good either, considering how awful the signal here is. He can't be too far if he's really here, but if he is, he would have already noticed me by now. Instead, there's only silence. The kind too quiet to find any sort of comfort in. Even the trees seem to have fallen asleep with the rest of the mansion, oblivious to what's happening around it. A small island of stillness in the otherwise fast-paced world. No wonder the whole of Anslem feel at odds with the rest of Luxborn. Ash butts in everyone else's business, so secretive with his own cases of work. It's super annoying. It's so typical of him too. He has to know everything everyone else is doing, but no one else gets to know what he's doing. Stupid Ash. While the city is alive, growing every minute, breathing every second, and pulsating with life, the village remains unmoving, unchanged. It's not surprising the legends still live up to this day, and why she's still here, walking its hallowed halls. And beyond me, the mansion looms ominously. But now ain't the time for fear. Even if Ash is not here, I've still got to let the Wrights know what I've seen, what's in their home. No. And whatever grievance Ash has with them doesn't matter. There might be grounds for imprisonment, but they don't deserve a brutal death at the hands of one malicious spirit. And I'm sure Isabella would want the same thing. I head straight for the door without a second thought. It takes a few rings to sound loud above the foreboding stillness before I hear footsteps on the other side.
God and Bennett, only a Nazi would knock at such an ungodly hour.
Hang on. I feel like this is the exact same thing that happened when we showed the pictures to her. When did we show the pictures to her? That was after... Yeah, okay, that was the 22nd. No, the 27th, I mean. Right? This seems really, really familiar. That's the exact same response I think he had when we knocked on the door on the 27th, when we went over to show Hana the pictures. But we're on the 30th now, so it's a different day.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Before long, the door swings. Why is there a shadow behind him? Before long, the door swings wildly open, with Mr. Luke Wright standing behind it. Seething would be a complete understatement to describe him. Like this, I've got no doubt why Ash would find him a suspect.
You again? It's bloody 6 in the morning!
Yes?
What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Why is that shadow behind him?
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't. Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep. Come back when people are actually awake. or I'll call security on you.
Before I can get a word in, he slams the door to my face and bolts it shut with much finality.
Wait, sir, you gotta hear me out. You're both in danger if you stay in there.
This is new? Did this not happen in your playthrough, Seima? Or do you mean new as in this never happened with anyone in our playthrough yet? Said the guy in a suit at 6 a.m. Yup. How early can it be for him if he's already in a suit? Also, I agree with Skibbles. It's really, really, really cool that you're still hanging out, Seima. It's a pleasure to have you here. It never happened to you? Oh no! See, now I'm concerned. Now I'm really concerned.
Have you seen the news lately? Everything's not a coincidence.
Only silence answers me. Maybe if it was Miss Wright. Oh, who am I kidding? I've already seen the look on her face when I tried before. There are limits to how far a person will believe in you. Oh no! Are you saying that if I hadn't shown the pictures to her earlier, she might have believed me now? I might get a chance to talk to her and she might have believed me? Oh no. Then again, I didn't believe Isabella when she warned us. And now I'm here, desperately trying to save people, even if I'm aware it's completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, playing with people's fears, making them feel useless.
You're around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house? Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do?
I love that sound file. I'm so glad we added it.
What do you want? You're already dead! Leave us!
He's talking to the spirit, right? Nothing. I don't even know who I'm talking to, or if a sane person is supposed to be doing that. The only thing I got after is a feeling of foolishness washing over me. Or perhaps this is just me losing my mind. Hang on! Oh no, we're on the 30th! Hana got possessed yesterday! So at this point, Hana is still possessed. Does Luke know about that? In what way does her possession show? Was that the shadow? I have so many, there are so many things I want to know. Ah! Out of other options and any other ideas, I let my hand slide off the door's surface and fall listlessly to my sides. I can go back to Luxport. There is a cooldown on all the sound files, unfortunately. Try to find the others. Try to get out of this mess with them. Or let them know how much deep shit we all are. Both sound good. Either way, my loitering here ain't helping at all. I let the quietness calm me for a few minutes before standing up and heading out to fetch my bike. I wonder if we had gotten a different ending with Hana. Surely there are endings with her where she doesn't get possessed. If we had gotten one of those endings, would she come to the door here? It's quite a distance to Luxborn, but if I hurry, I'll reach it in maybe... The rustling stops as soon as I turn around and strain my ears for any other movement around me.
Yo, Ash, you there?
I don't think it's Ash. No answer. If he is here and I've just missed him earlier. Already my This could be aliens, yeah. Already my feet are moving in search of him for the second time. It won't hurt to double check. Triple check even. With how big the property is, he can be anywhere. If things ain't so urgent, if they ain't so dire that lives are at stake, I'd probably just have waited for him to show up again.
But damn it! He needs to realize what exactly it is he's dealing with.
Zach is losing it. I can't really blame him, considering the fact that he's seen the ghost multiple times now. That it's not just a petty criminal that he can simply throw in jail, that it's something beyond the authority his police badge could ever give him. The guy needs to stop playing the big damn hero, sit down, and chill. My breathing comes in short, shallow rasps by the time I make it back to where I started. Still no sign of him, and I'm beginning to think I'm just wasting my time here. That's when I hear it. I'd recognize the melody in a heartbeat. Ma's favorite song. I listened for a while, trying to gauge where exactly from the house it's coming from. My feet starts moving before I can stop them. And there, as I circle a corner, no! From a room on the first floor, is it Hana? Is it Hana? She's now possessed by the ghost, so she knows that song? A single window is open, but I can't make out whoever's inside. However, I'm sure the singing comes from there. Still, why I'll hear an old tune here of all places, I won't know. It's not an obscure song by any means, but it's pretty rare to find someone who knows this. And for some reason, death seems to follow this song around. I don't like that foreshadowing. I don't like that at all. Panic lodges itself at the base of my throat at once. Whoever's humming might be... I don't want to be the pessimist now, but on the off chance that it's Miss Right?
Shit.
I shouldn't just barge in there. I can put myself in danger before I can save anyone. Ash will tell me so in the exact same words. Who screamed? Come on, you gotta do something! Might even write me a dissertation on why it's a bad idea if he ain't so lazy. But damn it, damn it, damn it, god damn it. Someone could be in danger! Oh no! Oh no, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I don't know! I am so scared. I am so sure that this choice can end up with Zack getting hurt if we enter the open window. But I don't think Ash is here. Oh no! This is like the hardest choice in the entire game. The ghost is here. I hear her. Not our job to rescue people. Ugh. We hear the ghost, right? The ghost is gonna be there. And I think the ghost is on the tail of something else. I say we keep looking for Ash. I don't think Ash is here, but if we go in there, I am so terrified that Zack is gonna get hurt. So we're saving and we keep looking for Ash. In the end, the rational part of my brain wins out, the half that I spend too much time around Ash. I'm this tempted, that's a lie, I'm this tempted to reload, go into the window, just to see, and then reload and go back to this. This is the path that I want to go on, but I just want to see what happens the other way. It's right though, the reasonable part. If I do force my way in and find something unpleasant, how am I gonna fight back? With my camera? No matter where you look at it, that's simply asking for a painful death.
I have a better chance if I find Ash. What is he stupid about?
Perhaps I should try the forest, make a round farther into the gardens? Not a sound plan, but it's better than nothing. The woman's soft sobs have subsided now by some means. Almost inaudible, to the point where I'm wondering if I truly heard what I heard. I don't get to dwell much on it though, because right at that moment, my phone rings. The sharp notes cutting piercing through the thick quietude. I clamp a hand over it, pressing the button before the speakers are close to my ear.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm not reloading, but I want to. I only caught the tail end of the person's greeting on the other side, but I know the voice well enough. I scramble to find my phone. Your phone goes off and you're screwed. Yeah, I think if we go in, I'm screwed no matter what.
What was that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal shitty here.
I asked, where are you? Hell, Zack, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now. What kind of shithole did you get into?
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Oh, no. Do I really need to answer that?
Why are you even... No, wait. Just get your ass here at Isabella's place, and hurry.
Okay. I shift my gaze into the mansion, specifically at the window I heard the cries from. There's nothing of it now, not even echoes.
How urgent is this?
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
That gives me a pause. It's a rare thing for him to take that tone.
I'll be there in a few. An hour or two tops.
Thanks. I'll see you.
I rush back to my bike as soon as the call ends. Oh god, I am so curious as to what we missed right there. Without another look, I leave the mansion along with its haunting melodies and grim echoes behind. There are more important things than my own curiosity and impulses. I'm so goddamn curious. Oh no, what's happening? That was the end! Oh my god, that was the end of Zach! We did it! He survived! He survived! Surely that's a good ending for Zach, right? That's the good ending. I can't think of anything that's better than that. He survived. He went to Ash and Isabella's place. Unless they put in like this twist that he died on the way there, but that would be bullshit. We did it. We did it, guys. Marianne McCullough. She's tall. Damn. Likes chocolate, cats, classical art, country music, karaoke, board games, video games, anime, and other obscure pop culture items, yoga. Left in a dumpster as a baby. She was found by a peddler and spent most of her childhood roaming the countryside in a beat-up van. Her father taught her how to read, write, and pray. Though an unconventional life, it was all she knew. Child welfare and protection eventually caught on and required that she have a proper education. She was provided a scholarship at St. Samthan School for Young Ladies and was bullied for being a charity kid. Marianne only had one friend and was mostly focused on her studies, intent on graduating and returning to her father. A shame that he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's soon after. Her work as an architect in Ireland lasted until the Irish economic crisis. She moved to England and after some time Luxburn in search of better career opportunities. Talking to a friend about the later streams, said please no spoilers. They gave me a spoiler about Marianne? Oh no, I'm sorry. If you went through the window, oh thank you for telling us. Hansi knocks you out, you get arrested, then it goes kills you and oh boy! Oh my god, I'm so glad we didn't go through the window! Oh my god, I'm so happy about that. Thank you for telling me. Because I remember from the intro music, the like whole anime intro thing, there was a small segment of Zack in jail, and I've sort of been waiting for that, but it never came. So that's where that's from. Oh, I'm so happy that he's alive. I'm so... you don't even know. You don't even know. I'm so relieved. Where are you gonna save? That pose? My god. Look at her. Those shoes look weird, don't they? I mean, the whole thing looks weird. Look at her hand. No one... That's not a thing. This is like bad female anatomy. The subreddit, which is a fantastic subreddit, by the way. Alright. The numbers are so little on the top of my screen, and they glare at me with such intensity that I can just hear their accusations. Hi Botap, good evening. I wish that I could speak with a Scottish accent. If I could, I would do all of her narration in a Scottish accent. I'm late for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have a perfectly good excuse, jeez. Considering I didn't follow typical office hours, they really can't expect me to be able to just go as I please at 5:30 on the dot. The client is, first and foremost, my priority. I have to sit tight when my personal assistant, Chris, tells me we have a big one coming up and that I shouldn't miss this one. So, do you think this is like her getting the deal with the rights? It's anime. Can I think of them as someone who sees a human female often? Accurate.
Oh my god, it would be amazing. Now it's all I want.
You're not getting it. I'm sorry, you're not getting it. Can't do it. Nope, sorry. But thank you for the bits. Like the floor-to-ceiling anime painting, she does list anime as one of the things she likes, so... Also, this means we're almost halfway into the game. It's taken us... Hang on, let me check. How long have we played this? 14 hours! We're almost halfway. She's Irish, yeah, sorry. Irish, Scottish, is there really any difference in their accents? He knows a lot more on the who's who and the what's what when it comes to these socialities, and I trust his judgment calls. I really don't have time for rich people, their drama and their politics. These sorts were born with silver spoons in their mouths and who were used to wagging their silver tongues about. I let him handle the negotiation with them for the most part. Why else would I have hired him? But he told me I'd receive a message about it an hour ago. Who's that? Who's that? It can't be your dad, right? I don't know. Chris?
Now, if only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Come on! I have a social life too, you know? To an extent. Sort of. I agree, I love her apartment. I probably wouldn't decorate it this way with like the big painting and stuff, but look at the view. It's super nice. Pressing my head against the table, I try to stave off oncoming headache when the notification for a new email pops up. All I'm expecting is a, hey, this looks like a good project I found. Go send them a design or something like that, really. That's how it often goes. Even with these rich, jammy clients who's heard of me from their equally rich, jammy friends, I can't expect them to hire me right off the bat. Self-portrait on the ceiling over the bed, if it was you. I'll allow it. Dinner candy Scottish. Yeah? That's why I thought she was Scottish. Bad research. Which is all well and good and reasonable. We figure out what they want, send them my portfolio, my drafts for their project, my rates, and hope for the best. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Baruthiel for you. Just please take this one project. I promise, this person is huge in Luxborn. It's definitely the rights. Yeah, from Hannah. Mr. Parker, this is a formal request to secure the services of Marianne McCullough, hereinafter called the designer, as authorized by Hannah Rice, hereinafter called the client, for interior design work at Ermengarde Mansion, Luxborn, blah blah blah, United Kingdom. The client hopes to have the designer here on the 21st of October, Friday, with the time pending. So the 21st, that's here. That's the first time we see the letter. As Isabella. But as I open the mail and see that I've been requested by the client specifically, well, I certainly didn't expect that. And it's pretty straightforward, too. Anyone else would probably be excited. They would be working with the Hannah Wright. She's just one of those rich socialites that everybody loves to talk about, no matter how hard I try to tune out such nonsense. It would have been enough for me to reply an affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. We worked with big personalities in the past, celebrities, bankers, and even a few politicians. My PA had been indifferent about those. Hana, yeah, sorry, I forgot. It's been a while. It's been like 20 hours. So the question bounced about my skull before I spy one of the email attachments. A newspaper clipping from the Luxborn Daily's business news section, boasting the headline, Wright Enterprises donates £2.5 million to refuge. Whoa. Whoa. I believe we were on the, We were either on the 17th, I believe? Does it say on the, Oh no. We were early, at least. It certainly caused quite a stir back then. Apparently, they had invited businessmen and socialites everywhere, in the guise of it being some big business announcement. So, we just got booked, basically, for the assignment that goes on the 21st. So we're either on the... I think we're on the 17th. We're on the 17th or 18th.
2.5 mil and an expensive-looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around.
Not that I should be so callous. Hang on, I'm just double-checking the giveaway that everything is as it should be. Yes, good. They're going to do a lot of good and help a community of people with all of those pounds. I, of all people, shouldn't criticize such acts, whether they were for show or not. At the very least, I know they'll be able to pay my rates. With the headline out of the way, however, I find myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping. Because, wow. Here I am, expecting a sour old woman in a blazer and a skirt. She's definitely having a crush on Hana. But the woman that was plastered on the front page looked like she belongs in the front page of the entertainment section, or even, if I'm to be crass, as a pin-up for glamour. Okay, I'll be real here. A men's magazine. She sure knows how to rock that dress. Wait. Her hair, her eyes, her lips. She can't be her. And at the same time, she is her, only several years older. Do we know her already? She looks just like... Or! Theory! She looks like a dead person. Someone Marianne knows who is dead, calling it. No, come on, Mac. The world is full of pretty blondes. Or her ex. One of the two. She's gonna say that she looks like either her ex-girlfriend or someone who died like many years ago. Those are my theories. It's just a coincidence. With a shake of my head, I snap out of it and I reach for my phone where it buzzes, nearly falling off my chair in the process. It's worth it. 18th. Okay. Who else would be on the other line but the very people waiting for me?
Oh, piss. I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
I don't know, Akalia. I'm just pushing out theories. How about her ex-girlfriend murdered her who died many years ago? Ooh. I like it. That's what I say. Yet I still don't move from my chair, face flushed and a heart racing. I could only stare until I can will myself to reply that, yes, I'm accepting the assignment. Hi Hope, good to see you. With how defensive she is about her cat, she's definitely a lesbian. So Hope, we finished Zack's chapter, and Zack's alive. I believe we got the best ending for him. He's alive, he's not possessed or anything. And now we're playing as Marianne. And it takes even more time for me to just close the image, shut down the computer, and leave. Even then, it's already burned its image into my head, no matter how much I wish it would just disappear. It makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. It makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. It's a good thing that the nearest pub is a hop, skip, and a jump from here. The Galway Shawl, as it's called by those who frequented the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this country. Of course, of course. You can pretty much tell that someone is new if they call it by the official name, the Crawl Bar. See something so bad? Don't! My home away from home ever since I moved to Luxbourne. Well, that's when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working away. Anyway. No scares today. I think we avoided a scare today. It has good alcohol, good company, and, thank God and Saint Cecilia, good music. Crowd favorites like the Bothy Noise, the High Wesleyan Men, and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention the singing. I love singing. Anyone could just break out into a drinking song, and the others in the pub were just wonderful that they'd start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best way of things. It's the best of ways to go about it. Hey, it's a win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus, And as long as I can get home in one piece at the end of the day. And tonight is karaoke night. What better time than to try and sing all my worries away? That's what my intoxicated brain tells me. Oh no! Oh no, what? This is not what I signed up for!
I am, and in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
I mean, she's a good singer, but these things are so awkward. But drinking only reminds me of my home, and the thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair.
Hi, Valor Accept. Good evening. You heard Yennefer? Good. It makes me nauseous. It sickens me that the smallest reminder of her can cause me such grief. It has to be an ex-girlfriend, right? Has to be.
I'll fight for what's worth fighting for. Forget the fear, forget.
Hi, Simon. Well, we're playing as Marianne right now, and apparently she loves singing. Also, it's super fascinating, but I know a lot of people who have really, really strong accents when they're talking, and they lose it entirely when they are singing. It's really fascinating. Of course, that might just be the booze. Any other day, I would have scolded myself for drinking so much.
I lied to the Lord.
I'm sorry. Please stop. But I already have a client, and we'll be having our first little meet and greet in a few days.
Cowardice is easy, 'cause people can...
Stop it. Stop it. Hi, Parasitic. Good evening. I want to at least enjoy this night, get over the hangover tomorrow, and return to being a prim and proper professional after.
That song was for Cam, our lucky bride-to-be. So give her a hand, Galway shawl.
Considering the state I'm in, one can excuse my smug grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub's patrons. Because possibly off-key public singing aside, I feel like I'm on top of the world right now, and that's a good reason as any to belt out in front of these strangers. With good drinks and good friends, there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight. And I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone! A round of applause!
That was so good! You rock, Marianne.
Does Cam have the same voice actress, but with a different accent?
Oh, please stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne. A toast to our shameless drunk singer. May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
Yeah, those 3 patrons and our friends are loud. Irish people get loud when they're drunk.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Read 'em and weep, bitches.
Okay, I'm not good at voice recognition, but they totally sound like the same voice actress, but that she puts on a really, really strong accent when playing Marianne. The letter... I'm sorry, I have to. It's supposed to be Irish, Simon. What was her name? Kem? Oh, she's not listed. Huh, everyone apart from like the big characters are just listed as additional voice. And all of... Elsie Lovelock, as she's named, is only listed as Marianne. Hang on, I'm sorry, I just need to check something real quick. I just need to check if she's actually Irish. She's not. She has a dog, but she's not Irish. Okay, of course she's not. Haruna sounds like Isabella. Yeah, I mean, if I were to guess, I would say they've used the same voice actors. Kamala's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for everyone. As she holds it up for all the world to see. She has reasons to be proud. 3 years of living together, and her boyfriend finally asked her the big question. Obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago, and look at where I am.
Oh my god! Is that Isabella's voice? It sounds like a whinier Isabella. Maybe the dog is Irish. Scrolling through the voice actors of secondary characters. You have no idea. I am 100% invested in this game.
But enough of me being a downer. Cheers to a happy engagement!
That is 100% Isabella, right? Of course, if something like Haruna's divorce was to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Cam had been there for me. Acting more than just my yoga instructor. I can't be happier for my friend right now.
Cheers! Cheers.
Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we? Haruna and I? Haruna, it's been a real bad year for her ever since her divorce. She's such a nice person, even loaning me money to open a studio, and she didn't deserve what her husband had pulled. I'm just watching this game and I'm always so lost. Understandable. I'm happy she's smiling again and pigging out like she used to. I think we've all missed our Japanese firecracker. We met in yoga class, something I had joined to keep myself in shape, and well, honestly, so that I can make friends again when I moved to Luxbourne. They're all voiced by the same actress? Interesting. Does that voice actress also voice Isabella? Smoke isn't even lit? Well, they're inside the bar. What do you expect? They can't smoke indoors. Clearly, it worked like a charm. And it definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I brought along my lucky D20 die with me on that first day. No, sir. I love these girls so much.
What about you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
What do the main characters of the game have in common? They all have terrible friends. Yes. Yeah, Fari, you... Especially in public places, you cannot smoke indoors. Wasn't this a Kickstarter game? I'm not sure. I know the second game that they're making, the same developers. I know they are, that's a Kickstarter game, but I'm not sure about this one. Probably, don't you think? Yeah, it was. Contracted talent. Of course, I mean... It's not bad. The voice acting is not the best part of this game, but it's still good. You know? Your connection keeps cutting out. Is it because of the cold? Oh, that sucks. I can smoke in my actual office? Damn. I'm so glad I don't work in a place, or have never worked in a place where it's allowed to smoke indoors. Oh, you're losing the bed tag? I'm sorry. It's not supposed to happen.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
Oh, come on. That's a lame excuse and you know it. You need a man who'll take care of you and you need it now. Maybe some hunk will be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
What? I don't understand what you guys are talking about in chat right now.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. Who needs a Mr. Right?
That's right. She needs a Mrs. Right.
Hey, look at me. I'm Marion McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
I mentioned druids and demons once. Once! They don't even know the rules or understand what the numbers mean. And I certainly am not some sort of holy person. I'm a far cry from a miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually, maybe she isn't looking for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right.
I'm telling you.
Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet.
I'm telling you.
That would explain some things. Haruna, you don't have a ring anymore. Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone.
This is an awkward conversation.
What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
But the more I deny, the louder they tease until the other people in the pub starts to watch. It doesn't help at all when Haruna... Is it... These names are difficult. Haruna or Haruna? When she drapes her arms over my shoulder and leans in.
Will I be all yours then? Will you be making me feel like a woman?
I know that they're just kidding around, but this doesn't make me comfortable in the slightest. So, when Kamale notices my silence and Haruna sees the expression on my face, they stop. And when the awkward air settles over us, the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened. They probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard feelings, right?
Where did this game go? Yeah, to the pub. I raise my glass. They smile. We drink. There's no need to say more. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually, the fun times end. It is a weekday after all. And with Haruna being a nurse, she still has to get ready for her next shift. Cam also has a loving fiancé waiting for her at home, and really didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven when she took off early. Really, I understand. I was the one who desisted, who was determined to get pissed drunk anyway. Moving to the bar, I sit. Alone at last. Alone with a stranger. Do you think that Luke is gonna come on to Marianne, and that's why there's sort of this awkward thing between Marianne and Hana? 400 hours of abuse? Hold up. Hold up. No. I haven't seen him here before. Obviously not a regular. He hasn't said words and just sits there, savoring his drink. With his whiskey served neat in one hand and a lighter in the other. It doesn't seem like he's noticed me yet. And maybe I should go before he does look my way. Hi, Kepu! Good evening! Yes. They are my legs. Yeah, this is happening before Marianne met any other character. We're now on the, we're on the 17th. This is the first day in the entire story. She was just given the email from Hana in the first place. And she doesn't meet them until the 21st. A yoga goddess? I actually am not that good at yoga. Both Wi-Fi and wired have the same lag. Oh, have you restarted things, Skibbles? You probably have. There's a niece coming out from all sides because I have no idea how this is happening. I don't know why this is so complicated for you guys. It's just how my legs work. Yes, they're hiring her before buying the mansion. And in the first part, when we were Isabella, Isabella actually met Marianne before she met Hana and Luke. And Marianne was like... Marianne was like, yeah, I'm here to meet the homeowners and everything. And they were like, the house hasn't been sold yet. So that was awkward. This is a horror game. Yes, Kepu. But it's a visual novel, so it's very slow. There's a lot of build-up between each scare. If you're looking for like a full scary game that's scary all the time, this is not it. Even the letters found 4 days later. Yeah, at this point, we don't know that the ghost exists. Hi, Scritoon. Good evening. Contortionist. I have been able to put both feet behind my head. Didn't Hannah find out the mansion at all on the 17th? I think... yeah. Yeah, she did. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So on the 17th, Hana heard about the mansion, decided to buy it, and booked the interior designer. Your spine just broke in sympathy? There's no need to do that. That just sounds painful. I'm playing it right now, Kepu, because it's such a long game. It's on average about 40 hours, so if I just play it on the weekends, that's gonna take like 10 weeks to get through. And I am 100% invested in this story. I am so curious to find out where it goes. I'm not addicted, I can stop whenever I want, but I have no other games that I want to play more than this right now. So I want to just play it until it's done, and because that way we can start Resident Evil 2 sooner, rather than playing this for like 3 months and then start Resident Evil 2. In the last stream we went to church. Yeah! Exactly! This is a Christian, wholesome stream with just lovely things happening. Oh no. He was pretty and he was blonde. And those two things, plus alcohol, never did me anything good. She also called Hana pretty and blonde, and I'm pretty sure her ex is also pretty and blonde. I thought too late. They're totally gonna hook up and it's gonna be awkward. Judging by the way his flushed face and the dazed look in his eyes, he's as pissed drunk as I am. But whereas I feel like kneeling over, he still looks like he's ready to take the catwalk by storm. Really, he just has the air of one of those men who think they own the world. I'm not addicted, okay? I'm a tiny bit invested in the story, that's it.
Hello there, sexy.
Oh.
Please don't stand up on my account. I already like what I see.
I hate him so much, you have no idea. Whiskey.
Fancy a drink? It'll be on me.
But then again, I might be pleasantly surprised if he proves me wrong.
Want some between the sheets? Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
Fat chance. But it doesn't matter, we both know how to play this game. And there are 2 different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. The question is, what do I want to do?
Oh no, that's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
He looks like he's about to say some witty retort, but stops himself and downs the rest of his whiskey. I order a mint julep, he gets another whiskey, and we start the customary small talk. Alright, for those that aren't familiar with this game, it is a visual novel. We play as Marianne right now, and we have previously played Isabella, Hana, who is Luke's wife, by the way. She's this guy's wife. And they bought a mansion, and right now we're playing as Marianne, who is hired as their interior designer. And in the mansion, they find this this letter, and it basically conjures this ghost, and everyone gets cursed and sees this ghost everywhere. This is still Lucille who was cheating Hannah with. Yeah.
Or know of her.
Wow. I gotta tell you, the standard text-to-speech lady is not as good as Russell. Thank you for the bits, Tug. Luke was cheating on Hana with the wife of the officer too. Yes. Yup. So he's basically he is a serial cheater. And Hana refuses to believe it. Because she thinks every time he's out of the house, she believes that he's working. Of course, the saying, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, goes without saying. We ask nothing about each other, offering up falsehoods to establish a strenuous, fake connection between 2 strangers at a pub, if only to pass the time. Whiskey, as I have come to call him, is supposedly 21 years old, single, takes care of his sick mother, and is a manager of some sort. He's not 21. He is totally not 21. Because Hana is 31, and they have been married for 7 years. Manager of what? I didn't care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he's come to call me, is 29, and I'm... what did I say I was again? Hope she doesn't sleep with him, and that's the reason she encourages Hana to leave him. Oh yeah, I told him I was a professional chocolate taster. Because fuck it, if I'm going to lie about what my job is, might as well make it fun. It's a pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers. And maybe it's just me, but we might as fucking well expend the tiniest amount of effort in pretending there's something meaningful in this meeting. It would have been nice too if it was just left at that. But during a lull in the conversation, he brings it up.
You know, I've never been with a woman taller than me.
Whoa, 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 Mint.
Yes. We are now Mint. That's our name. Thank you for the bits, Gibbles. He still looks and acts like he's 14. He actually does.
Never have and never will, whiskey. Can we go back to the history of chocolates? Did you know that chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol?
St. Lucy was the most beautiful woman of her time. She had men come from the four corners of the world just to see the pure light of her exquisite green eyes. If she were so lucky, anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson. Come on, Mint. You know and I know what you came here for.
She's supposed to be Irish, Kepu. Though not every suitor was gallant, and she was no fool. She had known that sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to defend her chastity.
Come on. There must be something that gets you going.
He's so gross. So she had taken out a knife and gouged out her own eyes.
There is something, but I don't think you can handle it.
All in favor of choking this man with his necktie.
Please, can I do it personally? Thank you for the bits. And the thing is, those who haven't seen the entire game don't even know how awful it is. He comes out awful right now, but he's even worse than that. He's absolutely terrible. He has a peculiar sense of wait. Impressed with her devotion, God restored her eyes and made them more beautiful than before. He has a peculiar sense of humor, hasn't he? Yes, I stream tomorrow, mister. Kepu, there are so many choices. There are so many choices. Here's the branch tree. We played through chapter 1 as Isabella, and we saw 58% of the things because of the choices that we made. The locked things are things that we haven't seen in the game because we went a different path. All the things that we did here directly affects things that happen in the later chapters. Look at chapter 3, Zachary. We saw 31%. Look at everything that we have missed simply for making a choice earlier in the game. And it affects so many things. No, it's not just reading. It's not just reading. It's mostly reading. I closed it, don't worry. It's mostly reading, but your choices have a very real effect on what happens. And also, every character have different endings. They can die, they can live, or in some cases get possessed by the ghost. Because that only meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in Chalice to scare them away.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
St. Lucy, help me. Help me turn away from sin. Help me with my own blindness.
My place isn't too far from here.
No!
I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you.
I skipped this! It's a crazy game. Yeah, it's... Honestly, if you are into visual novels, it's an amazing game. But it's also very slow. There's a lot of talking, there's a lot of things where nothing happens, but then suddenly things escalate. And you have to be invested in the story to enjoy this game. You can't be in it just for the scares, but it's so good. Hi Joey, good evening. How are you doing? I love this game. Yeah, I haven't been this excited for a game in a long time. I am 100% invested in it.
And no one will be able to hear you if you try to scream. You sure you want to go down that road, pretty boy?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
I so hope that she brings him home and then ditches him somewhere. Please don't sleep together. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. See you, Tog. Thank you for being here. There's a guy called Asshole. His real name is Ashton, but he is an asshole, so we call him Asshole. Yes. The best thing about having my condo so close to the pub is the ease of access. As long as I can still stand and walk, I can make it home. Maybe I'd need help from a kind neighbor or two to help me with the last leg if I've really gone overboard with the alcohol. But I always made it home. Sometimes with company. Of course, that always comes with complications, especially with the real clingy ones. Indy! Thank you so much for that host. Really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was a terrifying part of this game so far. Yeah, Joey, don't mention it. Don't mention it. Is perspective off or is the monitor really rarely proportionate? I don't even know. There's a lot of things that where the perspective has been off. Hi, Leon. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the host, Indy. Very, very, very kind. How is your stream? How is Danganronpa going? Is it exciting? As many people died? That's how the game goes, right? Someone dies with regular intervals and then you have to guess who killed it. People died. Buy this, also close to the stream, because I don't want any spoilers. Understandable. Enjoy the game, Kepu. I would love to hear what happens in your game. I would love to hear what endings you get for each character. Waifus died? Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, you poor thing. Can you get new waifus? Can you waifu their ghosts? Is that a thing? I'm laughing out of sympathy? Is that a thing? It's pure sympathy, I promise. If it helps, we're in the process of sleeping with the husband of a guy that we really like in this game, and we have no control over the matter. And I feel terrible about it. Is he choosing her apartment based on how easily she can stumble home drunk? Yes. Husband of a girl I really like. You know what I mean. No, he's the husband of Hana. And he's an asshole. And we're playing as Marianne. And she doesn't know that they're married. She doesn't know the couple yet. And I haven't had any choice in the matter, but we can't stop it. And I hate it. It isn't anything a good tip about stalkers to the building security can't fix. I'm always nervous though, even if it isn't the first time I've done this. And the first few minutes when we enter my room are the first few agonizing minutes where I try not to panic. Okay, Mac, so far so good. Don't let him smell your fear under all that liquid courage. I like that when she has guys coming over to her apartment, this is what they look at when they sleep together. Like, see each other later. He must not remember. I don't know. Yeah, he was wasted. He's wasted right now. I don't know if it's like a thing where they don't remember or if they just have this unspoken agreement not to tell. See you, Joey. Have fun. He'll leave sooner or later, and I'll never have to see him again. Just like every other man before him. I'd like to say to myself that the men I brought home to my place were more scared than I was. Yet there is no fear when I look into Mr. Whiskey's eyes. Only delight. When he starts touching me, I don't even hesitate when I push him against the door. Roughness is to be expected. And as soon as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. You can hear the squint in my voice? No, generally. I hope you have fun.
EHM. Good morning, Twiggy. I just woke up, realizing I missed the start. Twiggy cry.
Good evening, Fierce. Thank you so much for the bits. I'm sorry you missed the start. It's we ended Zack's chapter and he's alive. He's very much alive, and we are now playing as Marianne, and she went to the pub, got drunk, and brought Luke back to her apartment, and it's awkward. And I don't know how to prevent this. We'll have our little tumble in the sheet, he'll leave, we'll forget about it. If somebody asked what I really wanted, I would have told him that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolate, and music. Maybe in an Irish castle. But all I really want is her, and that's never gonna be a reality. Oh, poor Marianne!
I almost feel like I shouldn't be listening to this at work.
No, it's totally safe for work. Don't worry. Look, it's just anime girls on the screen. Thank you for the bits. That was my fault, of course. Because I was afraid. Because I was a coward. They would never hold a candle up to her. She was the light of my life. Not being able to stop people from wanting to sleep with you. Hated when I have that issue, right? And I had let her go. I can't even be bothered at the thought of her. Just a single thought of her makes my resolve to see this affair through waver.
Wait.
What is it now?
He is so over everything. Wow. Yes, what is it now? What's it gonna be, Marianne? To sex or not to sex? I can't believe that's actually a line. I can't believe that's actually a line. Why not both? Because he's married to Hana and we like Hana. And she's clearly not over her ex. It's not healthy to try to forget about your ex by sleeping with random people from the pub, especially assholes like him. The phrasing is amazing. I can't believe they actually wrote it like that. Hana can find someone else? Yeah, 100%. She deserves so much better. But we shouldn't. We shouldn't sleep with him because we think she deserves better. Oh, he's gonna be so pissed if we turn him down right now. He's gonna be pissed off. That's the problem. That can come back and bite us in the ass.
We're both drunk.
What? That increased our relationship with Luke? Excuse me? I don't understand why that happened, but okay. Indy, get out. Didn't you say you wish she'd bring him home and then ditch him? Yeah. I'm just worried about how pissed he's gonna be, but apparently he likes us better now? I never used Twitch before. Good evening. No, Indy, stay. Please stay.
And?
This is wrong.
Hi, Snowtime. Good to see you. And hi, Robos.
Don't you think it's a bit fucked up that we're about to have sex and we're just calling each other by the drinks that we had? How messed up are we?
What you should expect from the resident cam girl, aka Indy. You have a point. You have a very good point. I was dumb to expect anything else. Take it back, sleep with him so that the relationship goes down, right? I mean, that's what we want.
Doll, shut up with the ethics and morality talk. It is seriously putting me out of the mood.
Get out of my place.
If you want to leave now, Whiskey, I understand. I mean, with how smashed you are, it'd probably be best for you to sleep the night unless you want to be mugged.
No.
But I won't stop you. And this isn't going to happen.
Bloody hell.
Achievement unlocked. Cockblocked. Yes, Fari. This is the guy who's married to the blonde one. He's married to Hana. Mm-hmm. Of course, he's annoyed at me for putting off our night of sexual congress. But no means no. See? Take note, chat. Take note. And beyond spewing a few profanities under his breath, he surprisingly simmers down soon enough. I was worried for a moment that he might try to force something. Instead, he makes a show of fixing his suit and smoothing down his hair, before making himself comfortable on the nearest seat he could find.
What are you doing then? You have a guest in your home. Put the damn kettle on.
Wow, piss off!
Dandelion tea if you have it. But I suppose all you have are those shitty tea bags from the store.
If it isn't for the absurdity of this turn of events, I would have flipped him off for thinking that I have no taste. But in the end, I just laugh. All I got are cans of Korean ginseng and lemon balm though. No dandelion. Without a second thought, I do wet the tea. That's 3 minutes to get the kettle to a boil. Oh my god!
Keep up the great positive chill vibe.
Aww.
Recently found this stream and am thoroughly enjoying it.
Jesus Christ, Parasitic, thank you so much for all those bits. That's incredibly kind of you. I really, really appreciate both the bits and the kind words, and you just being here. That means a lot. I'm very, very happy that you're enjoying this stream. Are you implying that we don't know how to respect people's boundaries? No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Better be a show him the door option. That would be great. That would be great. I wish we could. But apparently we're now giving him tea for some reason. I have plans to change all of my scare alerts, because right now every single bit and donation alerts are scare alerts like that one, and I'm so desensitized to them that they have no effect anymore. So I have been saying this for like 3 months, but I'm gonna change them. I promise. But seriously, Parasitic, thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Yeah, shush it, mister. Shush it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'd show him the door if you meant to taking the door off its hinges and smash him in the face with it. In favor. Yes. 3 minutes where we say nothing to each other. I mean, what do you even say to the guy I was going to sleep with until I changed my mind? I doubt he's in the mood to talk about the influence of choice on Mallory. Piers, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Indie Kebab. Thank you so much. It was very kind. Change the best sub sound. It's still there. The spoiler you got from the friend was that they sleep together. Ooh. I would be pissed off if I knew that ahead of time. Get the fuck out of my house, the Uber is here, is what you say? Yeah. That would work. I wish that was an option. I would be pissed too, Akalia. Damn. It's still unusual by the time we're both seated on my bed with mugs of tea in hand.
Just so you know, whatever is going on right now is a lot stranger and fucked up than the one night stand.
We are two messed up individuals by your logic.
At least it happened in the beginning, Akalia, and not like later on when they've already established a professional relationship. That would be worse.
Everything is messed up, if you ask me. War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and loved lost. Oh.
It wasn't the only spoiler? Oh no. Oh, I would be so upset.
This whole world is a cesspool.
The good thing about this game is that there are so many things that happen that I don't see coming. And I don't know if it's because I'm oblivious, but honestly, I like the twists and turns. How's this dickhead comparing not banging to war and terrorism? Because he's that much of a dickhead. Literally, I think that's why. Gonna block him every chance we're gonna get. Yes! We are. The dead air is telling when it fills the room once more. One would think that this is the perfect time to burst, to spill about whatever issues that made us the fucked up persons that we are today. And it is. But I guess some part of me would rather not put weight of my problems on somebody else's shoulder. It wouldn't be fair to leave it to that person, when I don't even know if we will ever see each other again. Sooner rather than later, we both pass out on my bed, mugs left forgotten on the floor. His voice is so annoying and his face is very punishable, and he looks like Draco Malfoy. Accurate, accurate, and accurate. Yeah, he's a terrible guy. Appreciate the work, mister. What happens now? Oh. Every time there's a blank screen, I am 100% expecting the ghost to appear. 19th? But that's not in the journal! It can't be the 19th! The 19th doesn't exist! When I wake, whiskey is already gone. A bottle of painkillers and a note on the table are the only evidence that I wasn't alone last night. Oh no, don't! Don't leave a nice note and painkillers like that! I don't even question where they're from, or just how he knew my real name. I'm just grateful for something to help with the hangover. Might as well. Why would he do that? I have a job to do. There you go. October 22nd. This is after. Oh, guys. This is after she took the job in the mansion. At this point, she has seen the letter. She has seen the letter right now. Which means there's every chance that now can be when we see the ghost as Marianne. I'm just saying. I gave you 3 massive spoilers. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh. He must remember. He must. He really, really must. Now it's weird that Marianne gave that advice to Hannah. Looks like Marianne wants to be for herself. I mean, or she just knows that Luke is a terrible guy and that they shouldn't be together. These creeps are probably. Oh yeah, I would never take those painkillers. No, 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 no. Not at all. Let me get the lights on. It's probably fine, right? It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job, but after meeting with the Wrights yesterday, it really makes me want to break my self-imposed rules. Because first of all, fucking damn whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Wright. And to top it all off, they had somehow forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Ermengarde mansion yet when they hired me. What sort of person does that?
Ugh, rich people.
I could do nothing but twiddle my thumbs at this, however. Twiddle my thumbs and wait for the go signal. It's not like I can accept other smaller projects. This is a big job, and I should be ready to start on it anytime. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient and wait this out. It was a hard decision to agree to, but I did so in the end. Besides, I'm doing this for the Ermengarde mansion, not for anything or anyone else. I'd have a headache whatever I do anyway. I go to the pub again, but seeing what happened a few days ago, I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client. And it might be a huge leap in logic, but a library is the next best thing after the pub. I have to go there anyway. I need more books, for Dad. Plus, I also need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Finding a new book or two to read for myself, while I have nothing better to do, isn't such a bad idea either. So, on a Saturday morning, I find myself going to the only library in Luxbourne, to hopefully cool off. So this is the bar right behind me, and oh shit, sorry. And that's the library over there. After returning an Urzuli and a poetry book by Henry the Poetbruddy, I asked the librarian about several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Dialogue with death has already been snatched, and she bluntly said that she did not keep our mathematical universe for someone who didn't return books on time. I make headway at least when I ask about Siege and Rendition of Havana by Jacobo de Pizzula. Can tell last time I went to a library. I went to a library to vote. That's the last time I went to a library. I haven't been in one for a very, very long time. This library screams scarce. It does. Bar all day. I would prefer that, probably. If you count her snarling and pointing at the history section as headway, that is. The history section is devoid of any other except myself and a redhead, though I'd wager a guess that red is just passing by to get to classical literature section. So many books, so little time. Scanning the books and seeing so many wonderful titles gives me great pleasure. No, not even for school. I buy all of the books that I need, and when we have articles and stuff that we need to read, they post them on our school website. So... And that's when I spot it.
Hello, sailor. Why don't you come to Mama?
She's talking to a cat, right? Or the book. It's not the naval book I was looking for. No, it's even better. Hi, G. Good to see you. How are you doing? Thank you, Akalia. It's a cheap one from eBay. But I like it. I ordered it in silver and they gave me gold. And I was like, oh, okay. I'll take it. The newly acquired History of Luxborn Architecture, first edition too. I know I just have to get it. I've been waiting to get my hands on the book for so long. The fact that there's only one copy proves to be a problem though, when Red reaches out for the same time as I do. Good night, Fari. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Thanks again for helping with the giveaway. Really much appreciated. I hope you have a great night. For those that are unaware, we are having a giveaway. You can win a copy of Bastion. It ends in just under 40 minutes if you want to join. Terrible hotel Wi-Fi. Hotel Wi-Fi is brutal. How was your trip though? I take it you made it there safely.
I think I had this first, miss.
Oh, so that's Red. I can only stare her down when she refuses to let go of the book. Refusing to let go of it as well, I raise a brow at her in the hopes that the fact that I was significantly taller than her would intimidate the girl. Oh, so we're using our height. How tall is Rebecca? Because I get a feeling that she's like super tiny. But I'm not sure. Good night, Saima. Thank you so much for hanging out as well. Have a wonderful night. There are only 5 people in this town? Yeah. That's definitely what it seems like. Even then, she refused with a rebellious look.
This isn't exactly light reading, miss.
She's a high school teacher. I think she knows about reading.
I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks and I can't help the smirk on my face. Aw, Marianne, you're being a dick. Which is wiped off when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pierce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and the Irish Houses of Parliament.
It just makes the short people more likely to fight. I'm a short person, can confirm.
This bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
This is not what I was expecting. Let's be honest, how many people would know these history facts? A history teacher? Aside from me, anyway.
Going right to the obscure ones, aren't you? Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of 1560, if we want to be specific.
Marianne, don't fall in love with her too. She only likes blonde people, it's fine. Suddenly, it's a game where we throw these history questions and facts at each other. Back and forth in hushed tones unless we want to be thrown out of the library. After a while, it goes from strange competition into this strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. But as fun as it is, the exchange soon slows down until we're grinning at how odd this whole scene is. I'm a tall person. Everyone tries to find me looked up. Yes, accurate.
Marianne McCulloch, my desire for potatoes doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
Who doesn't like potatoes? Potatoes are fantastic. I'm sorry, have you ever had a potato? Potato is the best vegetable. Just saying.
Rebecca Gales, the Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
Find the biggest kid on the playground and hit them so everyone would leave me alone. Was your dad in prison? By any chance? Would you give up rice or potatoes forever if you had to pick one? I would give up rice. Because potatoes are amazing and so versatile, and potatoes are just great, okay? It wasn't? Oh. By then, we had forgotten about our little tug-of-war, although she still holds the book in her hands. I had let go of it without realizing when she answered my first question.
History teacher, then?
I'm tall enough that everybody wants me to do stuff for them, but not tall enough for people to fight me. It sounds like the perfect amount of tall. When the biggest kid is the bouncer and won't lose. It's a dumb idea. When a child, I was literally the smallest, and I think he feared I'd get picked on. Oh, well, that's sweet of him to worry. I'm fragile and meek. I get scared when you shout. Okay, I won't shout. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet. Everything is fine. There's nothing to worry about. Just calm down, breathe in, and breathe out. You can't have French fries without potatoes. Exactly. You need chips and fries. That's it. I'm just trying to make sure that we have a warm and calm atmosphere here, okay? We don't want anyone to feel nervous because there's no shouting, there's nothing to be nervous about. Guided meditation video? Never? Wait. Can you make money off of that? Not that I would ever do that for money, of course. Can you? Wish the people you host would be the same. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm at the point where I want to branch out into an ASMR streamer. I'm not sure that's the direction I want to go in.
Got it in one.
Hypnotize people to enter their wallets in PayPal. Shouting is half the reason you're here. I don't really know. I never shout. What? I'm always calm and collected. I never shouted in my life. Don't tap the mic. The ghost girl is gonna pop out and scream like, get on with the story. Wow, ghost girl, we are talking here. Have some patience. You have news? Now I'm very intrigued. Is it about ASMR streamers?
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water. You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Because all these 500 clips. Oh, let us not do that, and also let's not visit my YouTube channel, like, ever. Because that doesn't really help the point that I'm trying to make here. Ah yes, Saint Goretti. You'd think a school would choose a more appropriate saint to name themselves after, especially when they have very young students. Oh no, let's not click that link. No. Don't do that. Shh. It ruins my entire thing here.
And I'm guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Marianne, then.
I could have said that I was an architect, but there's no point in explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
Never gonna get those views who talk like that. True. I'm never gonna get a custom YouTube URL, am I? Because in order to do that, you need like 100 subs. And I might need to advertise myself to do that. Hi Nippy, good evening. Viruses on that link, people can confirm my computer's messed up. See, thank you, Hope. Thank you.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
That must be interesting work.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure. But it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children. The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? Any big projects
sorry.
right now? But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things.
As we Google ASMR. Don't feel bad, you're not missing out. Going back to who is Irish and who is Scottish. Yeah, right? And personalized is with my old handle. Can you change it? Is that a thing at all? I don't know. I've never been hugely into YouTube. I've always just used YouTube to watch things. Like, I've uploaded a couple of videos every now and then over the past 10 years, but I've never, like, really used it.
I'm working on the Ermengarde mansion. Lucky me. That mansion. Intach. Wonderful. Breathtaking. I can't wait to start in it.
Wait. Oh, we're on the 22nd right now? And on the 21st. So yesterday is when Isabella saw the letter and she told Rebecca about it. So by now, Rebecca knows about the letter.
Now that is beautiful architecture.
I wonder if she's gonna react. A pause. It looks like she wants to say something at my mention of the house. I'm not surprised. That place is certainly popular with locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. In the next second, though, she seemed to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at? I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet? I've met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
A tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly eye-tabs when he built the Parthenon. I certainly don't need one to design a house.
The computer back at my place is all I have. Why should I buy such an expensive gadget that will just get outdated within the year, when what I have is just as functional? The traditional way always had a far more personal touch, in my opinion. Not to mention, those smartphones are awful tools of procrastination. I can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside, only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens. They're evil things that make typing, what should have been a simple task, harder.
I do have an online portfolio, if you'd like. I can...
Speaking, or thinking of the devil seems to have summoned it. Because before I can even carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes as she pulls out her mobile. For what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself. Off farther into the aisle she goes for some privacy. I do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Well, is something wrong? Lunch at the coffee house? Sure, I can make it. I'm not too far, I can be there in 10.
Right, okay. Let's keep her... So she's having... Wait, no, today is the day that they go, that they go see his movie. No, it's not. That was yesterday, right? That was yesterday, right after the, Yeah, that was right after the, she went there for the letter. So today, they're going for the celebratory lunch, right? Yeah. But with how quiet the surrounding is, she can't blame me if I overhear snippets of her conversation. I have a Crunchyroll Premium for like 5 months. What's Crunchyroll Premium? Marianne seems awfully snobby that we're her. I kind of like her less. And I hate that I say that, but I kind of like her less. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, I know that our friendly chat has to be cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
It's fine. Totally fine. No need to even apologize.
About the book.
Her embarrassment increases twofold when she realizes she's holding on to the history of Luxborn architecture. I don't give her time to think about it. I put a hand up and shake my head. Fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with one of my business cards, I hand them over to her.
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. But you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
There's been no cat content either? Well, that's true. Not even in her apartment. That's weird. It's understandable that it's not in the library, but in her apartment? She makes quick work, penning down her number and handing it back to me with a grin.
Deal. Just message me during school hours, of course. You have a good day then.
You too.
With Rebecca gone, I'm left alone standing in the history section. Although my original plans were simply to sit down and read a good book, our little pop quiz, if you could call it that, made the time pass by without any of us even realizing it. Is she gonna see the ghost now? Because she has seen the letter at this point. It was fun, and I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There are still other books to be read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like How to Deal with Arseholes Professionally 101, just in case. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty, and rich clients before, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. Because Luke Wright just takes the fucking cake, and he probably managed to eat it too. It seems the world is conspiring to keep me from my me time as my mobile vibrates in my pockets the moment I find something from the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything.
When did Rose die? Tomorrow. Rose dies tomorrow.
But I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents. Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
Already? How did they go through the process so fast? Surely, there is so many red tape to even acquire the forms and the transferring of rights. No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be this quick, right?
So, if I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
I'd actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
I hear people that are already dead and know when they die. Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about this game, that you play through in a non-chronological order.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
It's really, really good.
Not a problem. Right. Well, cheers.
Right. Cheers.
I don't know. I just don't. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been, what, a day? Less than that, even. There isn't even a point in trying to make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. Journal updated. Ended. Okay. I think we're in Majora's Mask, keeping track of all these people's lives through time. That's exactly what it feels like. As it looks like I'm on the clock starting today, I might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of the street food stalls, I find it able to spend time with a copy of... I'm not even gonna try it. The Crime of Love. Since Rebecca left with the book I wanted. I read this one before, along with the rest of his works. This would be the 18th time, in fact. Whoa! You've read this book 18 times?! But it's always nice to read through it again when I don't have the time to enjoy something new. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich that they just end up plain filthy, you need the good old Marquis. I have no clue. Sound advice. I have no clue. I'm sorry.
La blessure se trouve.
Nope.
sans aucune sorte
Nope.
de conséquence.
No. The wound being without any consequence. Of course, it's folly to think that these things have no consequence when everything actually does. Briar Realty Corporation's Luxborn branch isn't too far off from the city center, just a few blocks away, and I can easily eat and walk. I'm fascinated that everyone just knows French in this world. It's really, really fascinating. You need a nap? Go take a nap, Nippy. I'm always in favor of naps. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go into a flurry of activity. No doubt, there will be so much to do once we get hands-on with the mansion. Super uneasy about Marianne. Now, no, you just read all of this like 15 times, right?
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
Hi, Eric. Welcome back. How are you doing? Surely, no matter how much BRC and the old owners put into the restoration and preservation of this place, any big repairs would be superficial at most. The game talking about the game in general too. Everything has a consequence. Yeah. I mean, there has been so much foreshadowing in this game and so much, like, almost breaking the fourth wall. Definitely. Maybe they're secretly in Canada. Baby. Start pouring molten wax on everything. I'm quite certain that in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do, despite how it's frowned upon. There will be a lot of hidden issues that we'll need to weed out. And I have to make sure I find every single one of them, especially the more serious damages. Structural integrity is definitely on the top of the list we will have to consider. The building might look sturdy, but it is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, put limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely, so long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. These two things always made sure the referrals kept coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. I'm so uneasy being here. When I do go up to BRC's office, I can't help but stop and stare when I enter the building. With the lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already, if they still aren't filtering through the doors. I get that it's a Saturday, that people probably feel tired and lazy to be working on a weekend. But they're still on the clock, and not bumming about wasting company time and extended lunch breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious, as it is with these big corporations. Each person is given their own little space that's usually a 2x2 meter cubicle. There's a lot more empty chairs than there are actual people working at their desks. It reminds me far too much of my last day at Porris Cove Project, during the massive layoffs due to the Irish economic crisis. But it isn't just that, though. Everything is as quiet as a grave. It's as if these people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, Santos comes through the door, looking as if she's just seen one. It's Saturday. So Isabella saw the ghost yesterday, but not yet. When did she see the ghost in the office? On the 24th. I believe that was on the 24th. Yeah, because Rose died on Sunday, and I believe the 24th, she ended up stumbling upon it. Yeah. Yep. So we're on the 22nd right now. She looks at me, wide-eyed like a deer caught in the headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel it's not my position to do so. See? What choice have we made in the past that impacted this moment right now? I don't know! What if it's something personal? I'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Really, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know? But it won't take too long, don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste. I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
She flinches and looks like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way towards her station and goes to fetch the floor plans. It won't take too long, she said, but it does take a bit. Time spent to compose herself, most likely.
You know, we usually just email these things.
I prefer the real thing.
Not that you would know. You probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working. And even when you should be working, playing those mindless, addictive games? Wow, Marianne is so judgmental. I definitely wish Chris would stop playing that Batcat thing during work hours too.
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint. Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but you know, the real thing is different.
Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
Checking out the floor plans, I see that I have a lot going on for me. I now know how Ray felt when he found the Central Park West building floor plans from that one movie. Hang on, I want to look at this. There's a foyer, ballroom, there's the basement, kitchen, wine cellar. Do you think the wine cellar and the basement are connected? Bella is the best girl. Yeah, Bella is the best girl for sure. There's a bedroom down here too, but that's no. What? Oh, this is not the bedroom. I thought this was like a giant bed. This is the master bedroom upstairs, yeah. Okay. Theater! Holy shit. They have a theater and a conference room. This is why I became an architect in the first place. Jacobean style at its finest. It's a thing of beauty. Look for the room labeled Ghost Room. It's one of the attic bedrooms. There are 2 attic bedrooms, by the way. For some reason. Look at these gorgeous rooms. The delicate harmony between the empty spaces. Oh my god. I'm gonna screenshot this. And at one point or another, we can make it in The Sims. I screenshot the floor plans so that we have it. That'll be fun. Right? Because this shouldn't be too complicated to make in The Sims. We got it. And speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these ones. They have 2 attics, a basement, and a cellar. How many bodies are we hiding in this house? Many. Many. You mean a sex dungeon? I mean, it's Luke, so probably yes.
I feel a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger.
Let's make this and the house from Life is Strange too. Yeah, we'll have a lot of building to do.
Maybe the scale is wrong? It's not much of a problem. And it is an old house.
There had been little details here and there that I would have liked to address during the open house too. But it was all forgotten in the wake of Miss Santos' incident, and the trouble with ownership. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I shudder to think what sort of repairs they did in that place. There might have been things that were swept under the rug, pushed to the dark corner of the rooms, and hidden away in barrels. Water damage could have been covered up. There had been floods during the heavy rains of West England just last year, after all. And if any sort of damage to the house foundation, that's going to be a lot of work. I was not able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, a whole family of vermin could have made their nests there. Working with pest control is always the worst. The sheer size of this place is staggering, even if I did just say it was a lot smaller than I thought. I might just be biting off more than I can chew, but who doesn't like a good challenge? First things first, I'll have to...
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules against it.
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous. And even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John.
This guy typed out a whole boss fight explanation in a dungeon I just seen in Final Fantasy. It was in German, so I was the only person to understand him, and I already knew the fight. Oh, all that effort for nothing. Ugh. Well, it's the thought that counts, right?
I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
Is she gonna tell Marianne about the ghost? I have to stamp down my annoyance at being distracted. Seeing the girl, the young woman though, it looks like she has a lot on her mind. Anything hidden away in barrels is bad news. Yes. The Ghostbusters is better for that bed. If babbling is her way of dealing with stray thoughts, I'm not really the one she should be babbling to. How should I respond? Here's the thing. I want to stay and listen to what she has to say. Marianne does not. Marianne hates small talk. We have gotten that confirmed before. She hates small talk. She's terrible at it, and she doesn't want any part of it. So... Marianne would say, I don't have time for this. Small talk me, daddy. Marianne would not small talk. She would say, I don't have time for this. I have a lot to do. I don't want coffee. Leave me alone. She doesn't even like Isabella that much. Being curious has always backfired for her so far. Also, a very good point. House. Oh, right. This is right after Isabella sees the ghost in the store window. This is... Yeah. She just saw the ghost in the store window. That's right. She saw that right after the lunch with Rebecca and Ash. Not Ash, Zach. That's why she was, like, all flustered when she came in here. I want to know. I want to know everything. I don't think Marianne would. I think Marianne would try to get the hell out of there as soon as possible. And you all know that I have been playing the character up until now, instead of playing what I want to do the most. So I'm torn. I am super torn. I don't know. As a person who hates small talk myself, get the hell out of there. No matter how the game is gone, it's probably gonna destroy your relationship. Yes. Mr. Journal was a little easier to navigate. I agree. It's sometimes a little hard to see exactly what's what. I think the drawings are nice and they give sort of a small indication of what it is, but it's a little hard to navigate. You know what? Fuck it. I give her time to speak up. But when she just stares, I clear my throat.
Yes? You have something to say?
As embarrassment creeps up on her face, I snatch one of the coffees from her and take a sip. Yeah, that's true, Akalia. You have a point. Too hot.
Just thinking and speaking off the record, it must be fun what you do.
Yeah, because Isabella would never just straight up say, I saw the ghost. And especially not to Marianne. Because she has just told her friends about the ghost and they didn't believe her, so why would she ever tell a stranger about it?
You go to people's houses and you make them, well, pretty. You're sharing your art with them.
So now she's just trying to distract her and talk about something else instead.
It's a little bit more complex than that. But if you put it that way, it is fun. I wouldn't have done it for 7 years if it wasn't a little bit fun, I guess.
These big clients always have paintings in their homes. Do you have a supplier for art pieces?
I didn't expect to hear such a question from her, seeing how well she handled herself yesterday. I didn't doubt then why she was assigned to an important sale like the Ermengarde mansion, despite the little accident she had. Now she just looks too young, too nervous, and unsure of herself. Although her enthusiasm must make up for that in spades. In fact, I wouldn't have believed it if she had introduced herself the way she is at the moment. Considering how terribly our last small talking with Marianne went. This is going quite well. True. Why, watching her now, she actually looks like she should still be in college. Acts a bit like it too when I think about it. I thought she was a teen, slumming it out in the mansion when I first saw her there, lying on the ground. Now that you realize how dramatically different these places can be, are you agonizing over these choices way more than at the start? Yes! I am thinking about everything. All the possible consequences of every single choice, and it's terrifying. Surprise, surprise, she turned out to be one of the estate agents handling the property.
The clients usually support artists of their own choice. If they don't, I'm always happy to refer those that I know.
That's cool.
They're very picky. I don't think a hobbyist will have an easy time getting their work sold.
It does feel like so much is at stake. I feel like every choice can end up with someone dying. Hi Victor, good evening, good to see you.
Hey, I'll have you know I was a student of the fine arts.
And yet here you are, selling property. Maybe you weren't a very fine student of the arts.
What the hell kind of thing is that to say to someone? Wow, Marianne is sassy. It's interesting. I started off not liking Hana very much, but I liked Marianne, and now that I've played them both, I really like Hana, and I hate Marianne. This is very interesting. And I like that they did it that way. Maybe I took that a bit too far. She bites her cheek, and it looks like she's barely holding herself back.
Hello, friend.
Fid! And Pureblood! Thank you guys so much! Thank you, Pureblood, for the sub. Really, really appreciate that a lot. And Fid, thank you so much for that host. Much appreciated. I hope you're both doing well. I hope you're having a good day. Fid, how was your stream? Thank you so much. Fellows, about as tall as a chair? Yeah. I wonder if they did that on purpose, because they're trying to, like, exaggerate the fact that she looks like a small girl that should be in college. It's interesting.
It's not like I had a choice.
No, she had to drop out of school because she had to... Her dad got sick, and she had to get a job to help pay for the medical bills. She mutters it under her breath. I barely even hear it. But the hurt is there. And it makes one wonder what brought it on. Although, it's understandable. If her reasons is what I think it is, very few people make it big in the art world. I can see why she'd be upset about it with that enthusiasm. I didn't have a choice when I left Ireland. It was that or years of unemployment. The recession and the toll it took in the construction industry was out of anyone's control. I don't know what choice she wasn't able to make, whether it was about her being at art school or something else. But the world isn't a fair place. You can say that again. That is very true. Also, guys, there's a couple of minutes left to enter the giveaway. If you want to enter, we are giving away a copy of Bastion. You can enter, anyone's free to enter, a maximum of 10 entries. And we'll be drawing a winner in just a few minutes. So you still have a few minutes to enter if you want to. The world isn't a fair place. The sooner she accepts it, the better. Still, with that forlorn look in her face, I can't help but sigh. The girl reminds me far too much of myself when I was younger.
Well, if you're thinking of commissioning your paintings, I'll have to see your work first.
Especially these story updated notifications fill me with anxiety, right? No worries, Gibbles. I just want to I want to give as many people as possible the chance of joining if they are interested in the game. I haven't played it, but it looks like such a cool game.
Oh, it's not... I didn't mean it like that. I don't have any paintings.
Really? You sounded a lot like you still did art or want to. Now I'm starting to worry that you might just like the smell of paint.
It's giving her a chance to commission her work. Yeah, she's being nice about that part, at least.
I'm not a paint huffer, sheesh. I just mean I don't make much anymore. I don't really have the time for it. The tools and materials aren't exactly cheap either.
Everything has a price. It sounds like you're making excuses for something you're presumably passionate about. If you really want to practice art, a little out of your wallet isn't much.
It's not that simple.
It's not? Life's simple. People just like to make it complex.
Yeah. Bastion and Transitor are both made by the same people. Great games. I'm happy to hear that. Alright. We're closing the giveaway. I'm just gonna pick a winner right now. Let's see, where does it say? Piers! Congratulations on the win. I will whisper you the key. And you should be able to just put it right into Steam and it's it should be done. Let me know if it works alright. Hang on. What's the easiest way to do this? What's the easiest way? Whisper. Where's the whisper button? There it is. You should be able to just put that right into Steam. Let me know if you get it activated, just so that I know, because otherwise I'll be stressing over that. So that would be great if you could just give me a heads up.
Pierce Bastion stream when?
Yeah, I forgot to mention, that's a prerequisite for the giveaway. You have to stream it. So that would be great if you could just do that. Thank you for the bits, Gibbles. I'm joking, of course. I am joking. There's no need to stream it. It is a fun game. I would like to see how it works. I would like to play it, because I haven't played it. So, that's a thing. I should play it. Now that I think about it. But thank you guys for entering. That was Fari who provided the key, which is incredibly kind of him. So, I hope you enjoy the game. I hope it's as good as it looks and as I've heard. It's a good game, never played it. Yeah, sounds about right. Same. Has a dynamic narrator in, that's really cool. Oh, right! Oh, I think I've seen parts of it on a stream, and that sounds right. I did like the narrator. That was kind of fun.
Speaking off the record, I have some advice for you, kid.
Oh, Marianne is going... Oh, Marianne, you're so rude. Why is she so rude? Good evening, Hafulak. How are you doing? Good to see you. Oh, she's so rude.
Either go for what you want, or stop thinking about it when you have something else. That is unless you enjoy making yourself miserable, then by all means.
She's so rude. Hi, Gonzo. Good to see you. I know, right? She's so rude. I have no idea why. I liked her a lot before we played as her, and now she just seems snobby and rude, and I don't like her anymore. And I'm so disappointed. Making it very hard to defend you? Yeah, right? So annoying. So annoying. So, Gonzo, I don't know if you know about this game at all. But it's a visual novel, and it has horror elements, and I think we're overdue for a jump scare. Not even a jump scare, just a scare in general, because we know by now that Marianne is probably possessed. Hasn't been confirmed, but we're pretty sure that Marianne is possessed, so she's probably gonna see a ghost. So, just giving you a heads up, because people don't realize that this is a horror game, and they see the ghost the first time, and the ghost scenes are actually pretty damn creepy, and they get really, really surprised. But how are you doing, Gonzo? It's very good to see you. Like Marianne has a massive trauma over her ex or something that deals by pushing everyone away. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. She's not over her ex one bit. She's super, super, super hung up on her. For sure. But she doesn't have to be this rude. We've not seen the ghost all day? No, we haven't. We haven't had one ghost sighting today. We avoided the ghost sighting by not going into the window as Sakuri. So, yeah. Or it could be aliens. I mean, same thing, right? Yeah, no spoilers. I'm really anxious because I know it's overdue. It's been hours since we saw a ghost here, so we'll see. I am predicting within half an hour.
You know, if you wanted to look at the floor plans without me bothering you, you could have just said so.
Would you have left me alone?
We'll never know now, will we?
A strained air settles in the room afterwards. Oh no, the journal is broken again. I'm just gonna quickly save. Because we need the journal. At this point, with all these characters, we need the journal. Marianne visited to pick up the floor plan. She was assisted. Okay. Cool. It doesn't help that since she doesn't immediately leave after she has said, lingering awkwardly by the door with that downcast expression. It's clear that there's more she means to say, perhaps even to defend herself and her choices in life. Went to the all-you-can-eat again today. Prepared myself and didn't eat anything since last night. And now you're in a food coma? Because that sounds really nice. Was it the pizza all-you-can-eat? Or just regular food? The pizza place? Oh god, that sounds so good. Carbs are the most amazing thing. Carbs is my everything in life. I'm gonna stop and get a burger on the way home, then I can actually eat things. Nice. I'm glad you're at least feeling better enough to eat things, Kibbles. That's a good thing, right? The keyword? I'm so glad to hear that. I enjoy it. I hope it's really fun. Now I want pasta, right? Carbs are amazing. The girl asked me at one point, are you going to keep eating? See, that's when you know that you get the full value out of an all-you-can-eat deal. You gotta get the full value. I want all the carbs, but I can't? No. But carbs are so good. I feel like everyone, when they're trying to lose weight, everyone goes on a low carb diet, and I'm like, why? Carbs are everything. Moderately better. Doctors get F off? Wow. Wow. As long as you're feeling better, that's the important part. If you're having pasta today, please share pictures. Or is she expecting me to dish out more of that advice? It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail out of the realty office as soon as I can. Carbs are what got me to 400 pounds, and I'm back to 260, and don't need all the carbs, just some. Just some. Well done on that weight loss. That's amazing, Gonzo. That's a really good job. You still need some carbs. We have pizza day on Friday? Nice. I want something now. I had a big dinner, so I shouldn't. But I want something. I wish I had potatoes so I could make some fries. This is what I have been reduced to. Wanting to make homemade potato fries at 11 p.m. This is my life now. Want Ben and Jerry's? Ice cream. We should stop talking about food because you have no room to give me a hard time about doctors as you're celebrating not having to see a dentist. I believe I am in that spot. I believe that's a thing I'm allowed to do. Earth to Twiggie? What? What? Should we stop talking about food? I think we should stop talking about food. I think we should stop talking about food and start talking about something else. I'll be right back. Hi, Kablooey. Good to see you. How are you doing? Double standard? No. No. Never. Never. Ugh. Ugh. For those that are new to my stream, this is my dog. And the problem is that he hates being in front of the camera. He absolutely loathes it, and I don't know why. So every now and then, I just force him, and he has no choice. And he's never happy about it. But he is, in fact, the best. Look at him. Look at him struggling to get out of my grasp. I tried. And that's it. That's all you get of him. Novi said she'd make me food. She hasn't come by with it yet. It's only like 1,000 kilometers? How dare she? That's just rude. I force him for you guys. I hope you're happy. He now went to bed in the couch. Alright. In case you have forgotten, we are playing this game now. We've been in the same street so many times. Yeah, we have. This is the only street of this game. He's pouting. Can confirm, he's pouting. Though I am able to keep myself professional at all times, does not mean I like it. And seeing that most of the day has already gone by before I realized it, I choose to head back to my flat instead. Despite today being a Saturday. No fun, but at least this way I can definitely avoid another unpleasant encounter. Can you really avoid another unpleasant encounter? I'm not sure. I have a feeling we're gonna encounter something. Considering how much I'll be seeing Whiskey in the near foreseeable future, I have a feeling I'll need all the rest the weekend can give me. For the first time in a long while, excited as I am to work on a mansion, I cannot wait for it to be over and done with this project. It's just the next day! See you, Scritoon. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a safe drive home. Or however you get home. Thank you for hanging out. Love the fact that she's calling me Whiskey, right? I mean, by now she knows his real name, right? Alright, so this is the day that... Guessing dog sled? Sounds accurate. This is the day that Isabella blessed the mansion with the priest. This is the day Isabella meets Marianne's cat in the park. And it's the day that Rose dies. Alright. Monday couldn't come any sooner. After taking the floor plans from Miss Santos the day before the last, I spent most of my Sunday drawing up plans and calling in my suppliers. Although no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure that they'd want high-end appliances, the most expensive materials, and the most pretentious everything. They usually did, these rich types, based on experience at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. I have to check myself, make sure I'm not playing with my gloves as one of the other building attendants takes the elevator up with me. It makes me self-conscious when the woman's eyes go over me, and I'm sure she was going to point out some perceived flaw in my physical appearance. But I'm saved from being paranoid when they went off a few floors later. Still, the ride up to my floor is nerve-wracking. The Wrights lived at the very top, the penthouse, the creme de la creme when it comes to condominium, as in the minimum condo, and urban living. Just getting access to the place is an ordeal in its own. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks, just to secure a keycard. Not only because of building management, but because of Wright's personal security. Marianne always expected a fight? Yeah! I mean, she kind of goes through life with this expectation that everyone's gonna be either wanting to fight her or below her. Feel like it's related to her ex? What? It sometimes felt like I'm being interrogated for a crime and not visiting a client at their home. Even when their personal assistant called in to help out and verify my presence, the process is aggravated rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil. The elevator door opens, and I'm greeted by none other than Whiskey's not-so-little lackey. Oh, I should probably remove the giveaway thing. The giveaway has ended, so there's no point in the bot telling everyone that there is a giveaway. There you go. Don't mind Twiggie bot.
I do apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting. But I'm here now, and I'm ready, so if I may, where are they?
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon.
Twiggie bot banned. She broke the rules. Nothing to see here, everyone.
I'm surprised to see you made it through security. And only 5 minutes late.
You said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
About the tea, I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
He's still sleeping? He shows me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cups, and all sorts of other things in preparation for tea. I ignore the animosity towards his employer that his words implied. I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Accepting the quiet and isolation instead, I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes, or even 10. I sit in their living room, just waiting. Can we talk about this couch? And the table? Like, you have to sit at the very edge of this place in order to be able to use the table. Which is strange. It seems impractical. And it's weird. I would be pissed off too, Akalia, 100%. And when the kettle starts whistling and the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the silence is relaxing. But then there's a crash. I nearly spill tea all over my lap in surprise, and look up expecting security to come running. Is the purpose to do long sections serve? I don't know. Like, when you have these sections in a couch, it's usually so that you can sit here and just lean back and put your feet on the thing, but that would mean it would cut out, like, here. It's weird. Rich people things. Exactly. Even the man at the kitchen counter continues to fix breakfast like he's heard nothing. I don't want to speak up about it because he looks far too absorbed in his cooking, and I don't want to be the cause of burnt food, or worse. However, there's something in me that just wants to figure out what that was, although I'm normally not this nosy. I thought that was someone at the door again and not the game. Extra room for pets? Good points. I think going to check it out would be the worst thing we can do, because we would end up looking like these people who, or this person who would just constantly be snooping. And that's not the impression we want these people to have, especially Luke. So I think we're just gonna be professional and just continue waiting. I have no business with it. These witch people usually value their privacy above all else, after all. Unless, of course, they're posting a picture on social media, bragging about what good people they are for allowing themselves to be interviewed for some magazine. Then again, the whole reason I'm in this mess is because I don't give two shits about what's going on with people like them. She seems like the type that would snoop. You're not entirely wrong, I just think that that would come back to bite us in the ass. Anal security, aren't worried about it, why should we be worried? Right? And I'm not gonna get caught snooping about and be accused of some imagined wrongdoing. Exactly. I'm not gonna be some busybody detective wannabe and run off to investigate whatever that was. It's probably just something mundane anyway, like a lamp falling over. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for Mrs. Wright. With my tea. Hi, Be Gentle Baby. Good evening. Good to see you. In complete silence.
Could I at least put the telly on?
I don't really expect him to answer. If he hadn't heard the crash, I doubt he would have heard me.
As long as you don't watch some silly soap opera.
Is she gonna see the ghost in the TV?
The LBC News would be fine.
Is she gonna see the
William Walker show is on too,
Rose?
if you prefer that.
Rose
Not that I
is
watch it, but
dead.
my husband does. The remote is under the coffee table.
The coffee table that she has to physically walk up to instead of reaching it from where she's sitting in the couch.
Oh, sure. Maybe I'll be lucky and catch the doc on. I heard they're having reruns of the classics and I want to see the second meet sixth in Spain. If not, just the news then. Thank you. I'll let you get on with your cooking now.
Is she gonna see the ghost? Did you just ignore the crash a while ago then? Whatever. Fetching the remote, I turned the TV on in the hopes of filling the silence. Trying to anyway, because the thing won't turn on, and it doesn't make that silence more awkward, or what? I know I might not be the best with tech, but I'm sure I can work a simple television remote.
The batteries must be dead.
I called it! What? She has blonde hair. She hasn't had... Hold up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The ghost. She has had black hair this entire time. Why does the ghost have blonde hair right now? Why does the ghost have blonde hair? See you, Skibbles. I'm sorry I have to leave right now. I hope you have a safe drive home. I hope you get to stop by later on, but if you don't, thank you for being here. Is that Hannah's ghost? I don't think so. It can't be. This is the 23rd. Hannah gets possessed on the 29th? Yeah, the 29th. Not for another week. There's blood. Everywhere. Help me, it says in red. I look at my own hands and find them clean, yet I can see my grisly reflection gaping back at me. And though there was nothing staining my skin, I can feel a sticky and warm feeling of blood dripping down my cheeks. Do you think she sees the ghost as her ex? I should be worried. Instead, I feel my attention drawn towards her. 2.5 hours with no ghost, and now she comes? Yeah, the timing. Jesus. I'm sorry. You know I've been waiting for it. Specifically lock the door this time? Good. Avoid those jump scares. Her beauty. Blonde hair, her soft lips with skin so fair, and swaying hips. I want nothing more than to hold her, plant my lips on her neck, and run my fingers through her hair. She does see her as the ex. She laughs and she smiles when she looks at me, but where are her eyes? Temptation is gone in an instant, and I recoil, horrified at this reflection I'm seeing. Only to back into something, or rather, someone. Oh god. Mrs. Wright stands there, twirling a lock of her blonde hair, a soft smile on her lips, and a hand on her hip. I almost back away, but I ground and remind myself that this is my client, and whatever I just saw, well, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that perhaps I'm going a bit daft. It would be preferable, of course, to think that it was all the trick of the light, or the makings of an overactive imagination.
Good morning, Mrs. Wright. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Have you been standing there long?
No, I just came down and saw you were having a hard time with the telly. We must have forgotten to change the batteries. Are you all right, dear? You're looking a bit pale. Haven't you had breakfast yet?
No, I'm fine. I had breakfast already, Mrs. Wright. I just need...
Well then, you mustn't have had enough breakfast. I'm all for a good diet, but that's the most important meal of the day. Johans is cooking up pancakes. Pancakes will make anyone feel better, he always says.
He has a point.
We can sit down and tuck in.
I love Hannah. Honestly, After playing as her, I love her.
You'll feel right as rain once we get some fluffy, syrupy goodness in you. And are you sure you're fine, Marianne? You're shaking.
Looking down at my hands, I can see them trembling. Really, just because she looks so much like her, I'm becoming a damn train wreck. I've been seeing her in my dreams and hearing her voice ever since I met Mrs. Wright at the mansion. With so many blondes in the world, what was different with her? What was different this time? This is a difficult one because I don't really know where either of these will go. I just remembered something would possibly be weird. Like, is she gonna say, I remember that you look so much like my ex and now I can't stop thinking about her and I'm going crazy? If she's saying I'm not feeling too well, then that's gonna lead to Hana sending her home or something. I feel like saying I remembered something would be weird. And I'm not sure how that would be beneficial at all. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with I'm starting to get mad, I am. But there is work to be done, and the clock isn't going to stop ticking while I go about having a breakdown. The characters have proper depth? Yeah, 100%. It's very, very, very well made, because they all have all these different layers, and it makes it really interesting, because apart from Luke, so far there are no characters that are 100% evil, and there are no characters that are 100% nice. They all have things that are both good and bad, and they all have a history. And by playing as each character, you learn about that history, and it's very, very good. Exactly, Hope. I changed my mind completely about both Hana and Marianne when I played with them. Whiskey Boy is evil, 100%. And I am so curious to what we're gonna learn when we play as him. Yes, skip this. This is Whiskey's wife. I should go to the loo, splash water on my face, and snap out of it. At least until the end of today, if I could just last that long.
I think I just need to excuse myself for a minute, if that's alright.
She places a hand on my arm, gentle as can be.
What? No. What if you suddenly fall over or faint while you're all alone?
Whiskey Boy, here's the thing. At the beginning of Marianne's chapter, she went to the bar, got drunk, and Luke was there, drinking whiskey, and they went home together and almost slept together. And Marianne calls him Whiskey Boy because of that. Luke is gonna have a devastating story. Oh yeah, 100%. Tell her Whiskey tried to sleep with her, so they break up, then date her instead. See, that's the kind of plan that I like.
You can just sit down right here and I'll go get you a glass of water.
Or would you like some beer? That's how you are nowadays now. Drowning everything in booze.
That's the ex's voice! That was not Hana talking, that was the ex's voice. Oh! The ex is judging her for her alcoholic habits. Oh boy.
No, I don't want anything to drink!
Marianne, calm down, sweetie. Calm down. I must have said that forcefully, judging by the look on Mrs. Wright's face. But why does she care? It's not like we're friends. This is business. I'm either well enough to conduct it or not. Why would she pretend to be concerned when I'm simply a means to an end? Just seeing Mrs. Wright reminds me too much of her. And maybe I'm starting to see and hear her again when I shouldn't be. I've tried so hard to leave everything behind, to forget them and move on. But that small touch and her voice in my head have nearly set me off the edge. And in an instant, all memories of her comes flooding back in.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. Just give me some breathing room, please. Just, please, give me a moment.
She doesn't respond. And just before the situation gets any more complicated, Mr. Wright comes in.
Good morning, ladies. What a wonderful morning it is that I wake up to such a beautiful sight.
Our journal updated. Yep.
I do hope you two are getting along. I smell pancakes. I do hope you two are considering a diet just so I can have them all to myself.
Don't be a pig, Luke. You eat all of those and you might stop fitting into your tight suits.
What? I'm not a pig.
You literally are.
You don't think I'm a pig, do you, Marianne?
Yes, I do. With his saucy smile and playful wink, I can't help but think, you are a bit of a pig, Whiskey.
I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm an interior designer, not a zoologist.
The only styles she must be familiar with are statement of works.
Well, don't be a bore. You two might not be in a rush, but I'm going to go ahead and feast.
I love it. I love it. I love her sassy comebacks. Hi, room with you. Good evening. Good to see you.
If you dawdle too long, he'll hog all the syrup.
Dawdle. Rich people are so eccentric.
Come on then. We can discuss business over food.
There's no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table. Though it's too personal to share a meal in their home, it would be terribly rude to deny their invitation. Besides, the pancakes did look and smell heavenly. That looks good. We're back to food. We're back to food, guys. A bowl of clotted cream, fruits, syrups, jams, and other spreads are laid out next to them, making for a colorful arrangement. I don't know, Agalia. I don't know. If this was brunch with friends, I would have gladly helped myself to the whole lot. But as it is, I accepted just a few pieces of pancakes and topped it up with lemon and sugar.
You know, I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
See you, Hope.
And you're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables?
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
We're talking about interiors here, honey. You don't handle exterior designs and whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely. I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there? Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, as well as the old owners. Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry. They're letting us move in as soon as we please. It's not like they were living there in the first place.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be, well, let's not dwell on it.
No, that wouldn't be good.
First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is, but at the same time, I want modern appliances. You worked on the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before. Make them look vintage, antique, blend in with the rest of the decor.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past did not have us this involved.
I stop. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have had words. This isn't the time or place for it, however. Instead, I used this brief pause to pull out the floor plans that I brought with me.
We'll have to figure out what you want to do with the rooms. Here, we can have a quick run-through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies-in-waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde. Which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
I love fashion, but do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear?
Yes.
We'll have
Are you
large
kidding me?
closets and a wardrobe in the bedroom already.
If you have a separate room right next to the master bedroom and you live in a house this giant, of course you have a walk-in closet. Are you kidding me? That's like one of the things that I would specifically request if I was buying a house this big.
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice. A craft room where I can do fun things.
You have so many other rooms for that. I have a room for cats. Yeah, right?
Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over.
Kylie?
Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
Kylie? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. We met Kylie as Zack. Okay. I mean, we already knew that Kylie was gonna be someone that would come back to us because just having this random girl that we were never gonna see again would be strange. But here she finally is, Kylie. Or if Rochelle visits when she's had her baby. You mean Luke's baby? Hi, Clone. Good evening. It's kind of hard to give a recap. I don't know when you saw it the last. What was the last thing you saw that makes it much easier?
1, you are not inviting that witch. And 2, there's a whole mansion for Kylie to play in.
He does not want Rochelle to come over. Understandable.
We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts. I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
You can turn it into a personal office if I can have my utility room. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway. The real problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
Fine, we could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
The end of stream before last. Was that when we were playing as Zack? Seemed like a very healthy marriage. Yeah, totally. Super healthy. Don't worry about it, Clone. It's nice to see you. Hi, Joey. Is your stuff over? I'm glad you're here.
Yes, well, I don't want guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea. By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though. The ballroom would be perfect for parties.
Did it not go so well, Joey?
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
A garage? Here? Meaning you would have to go through the garage to get to the kitchen? You're out of your mind, Luke. No wonder she shoots down all of his ideas.
What for? You can park your cars outside.
That's the dumbest suggestion I've ever heard in my life. Okay, so Clone, basically everyone is cursed and see the ghost everywhere. Zack escaped, he's alive. Hana gets possessed. Hana gets possessed on the 29th? Hana gets possessed on the 29th. We're now on the 20-something. I don't even know. I think we're here. We're on the 24th. Okay. We're playing as Marianne now, and not really that much has happened. She has started seeing the ghost. Marianne's chapter started with her going to the bar, getting drunk, and meeting Luke in the bar. And they started flirting, and they went home together. They didn't sleep together, but that was the intention. And now she's seeing the ghost as well. Don't know whether to be happy or upset. Aw, Joey. I understand that you get invested in it. No worries. Can't get to the kitchen any other way. No, that's the only door to the kitchen. Which makes it incredibly strange to have a garage right here.
What about that room? Right there, in the northeast corner.
That's sleeping quarters for the household help?
Oh, that is perfect! Johans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in. It'd be convenient so they don't have to make the trip from Luxborn to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot more people to maintain a property of this size.
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought. Look at all these rooms. I didn't even know there was a music room next to the parlor because of what happened.
There was a grand piano in there too, when we checked during the tour.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same, Bone. The quarters are in the northwest. That was just an error.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again.
We are talking about a guy who wanted to have a helicopter pad in an old mansion. Exactly. Like, he has a lot of super stupid ideas. I love her too, Joey. She's so great.
Oh, you should have seen him when we were younger, Marianne.
We can take up being buried again. Ooh. I mean, I agree.
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless. He'd come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too and I'd dance and it was just...
Mr. Wright playing the piano? I can't imagine it. But the earnest way in which Mrs. Wright said so told otherwise.
Anyway, what do you think of these plans, Marianne?
Hannah does seem pretty nice. She is.
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage? Now, that isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theater, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables.
He is getting a lot of stuff here.
That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
Happy Valentine's Day? Does anyone really celebrate Valentine's Day, though? The garage was stupid. Very, very stupid. You know what? He's a dick. That sounds fair. Great. Perfect. Mrs. Wright has her points, though I really didn't want to butt into the spat of a husband and wife. But with the way the two were looking at me to settle this, I might as well just keep on to the facts instead of giving opinions.
Mr. Wright, your plan isn't quite feasible from an architectural perspective. I'm not even sure how much we can do without closer inspection. Well, the one about the garage, at least. A walk-in closet is easy enough, but the garage?
See, a garage isn't architecturally feasible and it isn't going to be financially sound as well. We're already going to spend a lot on your other requests. You have several acres of land to park on already.
Just build the garage from the outside. Don't put the garage just in a random spot in the house. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
What? Did you calculate that on the fly? Financially sound my foot. You're probably just thinking up of imaginary numbers.
Might I remind you that I was a financial manager? I also looked over and approved the expenses of our other houses. I know the rough cost of these things by now, love. Masters in Business Administration, major in accounting. Sometimes I think you forget that I'm not as dumb as I act.
I love her. I love her. That catches my attention more than anything. It sounds more unbelievable than Whiskey playing the piano. She really didn't seem like the type.
Business Administration and Accounting? What university?
The rich people, they just do stuff because they can. Well, it's stupid.
Luxborn U, of course. Go Lux Dragons. Red and gold.
Excuse me, how about we move on this chit-chat ahead and do whatever else needs to be done sometime today? I had to cancel my appointments for this, you know. We might as well do a proper inspection with the designer this time, just to get it out of the way.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Mrs. Wright over nuts. Ooh, Joey. Wow. I like it. That's a big thing of you to say. Riding to the Ermengarde mansion in their rice is an awkward affair. Not only am I worried about scuffing the expensive leather seats, but I'm also worried about getting in the middle of another couple's spat. With the tension thick in the air, I can feel them starting at each other any other time. Nobody's saying anything. Up until Mr. Wright tells his valet to turn the damn radio off. And for a moment, I think that he might start. But instead, he just stays quiet, and so do the rest of us. In the end, the insufferable silence stays. I've never been so glad to see a house. It's still the same day, yeah. Stepping out of the car and up to the mansion meant the end of an uncomfortable ride, and I can finally take a deep breath of fresh air. The beauty of the place never fails to make me gaze in wonder every time I see it as well. Mrs. Wright moves towards the front door, keys in hand, and I can already hear Mr. Wright plotting. Sleep well, G. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good luck tomorrow. Keep us updated. We'll see you later.
Alright, Johans, we're going to go in, but I want you to look around the place. Familiarize yourself with it.
Love this ominous wind sound inside the mansion. I am so anticipating a scare right now in this mansion.
Know every nook and cranny, every inch of the lot. We'll want to know where to station security as well, so go around the perimeter and figure it out.
Scout the property and circle the perimeter on foot.
Naturally, yes.
You do know this is 46 acres of land, sir.
Well, you are not driving a car over the grass.
There's gotta be a scare, right? There has to be.
Put those long, spidery legs of yours to good use. I didn't hire you to stand around and look intimidating. Go, mush.
Someday, I'd like to ask Johans how he can even stand and tolerate the man. Why doesn't he just quit? Certainly, the pay can't be that good. He has a crush on Luke! Sorry. Even I'm a bit put off by our mutual employer, and the only thing that keeps me from bailing is the fact that we've already signed a contract. At least, I'll only be working with them during the duration of the project. He works with them every day. Oh, how the game when you say that name. I'm just saying it how Luke says it. How scared me so bad I'm gonna buy it. Sounds about right.
Sometimes I think you hired me to make me suffer for your amusement.
Come on, he probably did. Dutch me would say it so very differently. Same. And it's a Norwegian name as well, and we say it's Johannes. Yeah. Right? Hi, Limey. Good evening. But I'm just saying it the way they say it. Because apparently that's what he's called in this universe. If it's any consolation, he'll be away from Mr. Wright, if only for a little while. We're able to enter the mansion after a bit of standing out there in the sun. The wretched, strange sunlight that is far too alien and rare. I have a feeling that they just... The developers are from the Philippines, and I have a feeling that they're just not super familiar with German, and that they just... That's probably how you say it. Not particularly fancy, Limey. There had been a bit of a problem, with the missus not knowing which key was which. The first item on the agenda would be the grand staircase. It seemed sturdy during the open house, but a closer inspection might say otherwise. There are no obvious marks of damages, nor wear and tear, and probably re-threaded during renovations. Peeking under the grand carpet, the wood is properly installed with the bark placed down to prevent cupping. The carpet itself could use a vacuum, though. Structural conditions, from what I can see without actually dismantling the thing, look to be in good shape, and the handrails and support posts are firm. The work on it should be commended. I can't look much more into the rest of the foyer, however, because Mr. Wright starts to hurry us into checking the dining hall. Do those paintings have eyes? Yes, they do. Found her inner love for red lipstick again? I did. I did indeed.
So, what do you think? Certainly we can't turn this area into a garage.
Definitely not.
It's Jacobean architecture. I'd say these would be pilasters and not buttresses, but you never really know. They really liked mixing up these elements. You could say it was pretty avant-garde at the time.
And in layman's
Shit,
terms,
sorry. I keep doing that and I don't know why. I'd wear lipstick if I could pull it off. You can. Just get Ichiban. Lipstick for men. 100% fancy 100% of the time. Aw, mister. You guys are kind. Is that a thing? Yeah! Hang on. I'll give you... Do you not remember Ichiban?
Remember,
Lipstick for Men channel merge? Yes. If I can get that, we will. We will. Accidentally wore my wife's tinted chapstick once. That was enough? Oh, come on. Come on. I bet you can totally pull that off, Doug. I mean, number one accessory for TwiggieCon. Oh yeah, lipstick required for everyone. No lipstick, no entry. That's just how it's gonna be. It was Periwinkle and I owned it. Of course you did. I would expect nothing else. It sounds amazing.
From what I see here, we could risk great damage to the house if we try to turn the dining hall into a garage.
The man didn't look too pleased at this. There's a look of disappointment before he sighs and looks around the place with an air of defeat. When he moves to speak, I dread another unreasonable demand. Again.
This will stay a dining hall then. But if I may have another request instead...
Oh boy, what is it this time?
At least spruce the place up with some flowers, some plants or something.
Oh.
It feels so old and dead in here.
You know what? That we can do. That we can sort out.
That's hardly unreasonable. Daffodils are a must, I presume.
The look that passes between the two of them. There is a genuine look of fondness there. This is the first time I've seen such an exchange between the two of them. If anyone are to see them like this, there's little doubt that they really loved each other.
Of course, and I want a garden full of them.
Luke needs some lipstick. The lips are white. Like pale white. I don't know, when I was in like 8th to 10th grade, there was this trend that instead of lipstick, you would put foundation on your lips and basically have your lips be the exact same color as your skin, and that's one of the worst makeup trends ever. What's Luke's obsession with dandelions anyway? I don't know. I have a feeling that's something that we're gonna find out. Feels Hana is too good for him, which could play a part in his mistreatment of Hannah. Well, I'm not... There could be so many things. There could be so many things that leads to him doing this, and it's... I'm intrigued. I want to find out what it is. Makeup is one of the worst makeup trends? It really depends. I mean... I don't wear a lot of makeup, but I have nothing against makeup. I think makeup can be really great, and I think that for the people that use it, or use a lot of it, it's wonderful. And every girl first starts to use makeup, then uses way too much foundation and it looks silly. Yeah, and they match the foundation to their wrist instead of their face. Technically, you're supposed to match it to your neck or your chest, because that's gonna look the most natural when you put it on. And people don't realize that.
Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to look at the rest of the house.
Blue eyeshadow? That hits me so hard, Akalia. That feels like a personal kick in the back.
I'll just be around here downstairs if anybody needs me.
That leaves Mrs. Wright and I.
He's quite fond of them, you know.
I can imagine. He looked terribly upset when we told him he can't have his garage.
I meant the daffodils. We always have a vase full of them in every house we own. Somewhere.
It's so strange. I wonder, yeah, what is his obsession with daffodils? Definitely keep that in mind, Clone. It's important knowledge. And yes, Eric, we will stream Resident Evil 2. As soon as I finish this game, that's gonna be our weekend game. I just gotta finish this because there's no way I'm playing anything other than this game for a while. So as soon as we finish the letter, that's when I'm gonna start Resident Evil 2 during weekends. It's so interesting because I think every single girl out there did blue eyeliner, eyeshadow when they first started out with makeup. It's fascinating when men should apply makeup every morning. Oh, I don't. I only wear makeup for like I wear some makeup for stream and if I'm going out doing something, but I don't wear it for like going to school or something. I can't be bothered.
I'd like to think they may be about his mother. He never talks about her.
I was gonna say.
I don't even know her name.
I was gonna call that his parents died and that there were daffodils in their funeral or something. That was gonna be my suggestion. Having lived with the younger sister, I remember all the things. Blue eyeshadow in my house. Thank you, Akalia. Here's the thing. I have really blonde hair, and if I'm not wearing makeup on my eyebrows, you cannot see my eyebrows. So I draw in my eyebrows before every stream, because otherwise you wouldn't know that I have eyebrows. And it's a lot of work. It's not that much work, but it's like a small annoyance. Sounds like the most Norwegian thing ever, to have hair so blonde that you can't see that there is hair. Yeah. I know I'm not the only one. But I'm glad you guys didn't notice that or didn't know that. That means I'm doing something right. Probably should quit gambling for the day. What? No? If you lose several times in a row, that only means that you have a win coming up. Right? That's how... That's how statistics work, right? Right? Your lips are not this color naturally? I know, it must come as a huge shock to everyone, but they're not. Twiggy's eyebrows are the biggest plot twist of the day. Apparently. Hair on my arms are so blonde I can't see it, which makes no sense because my leg hair is quite a bit darker. Your arm hair is probably exposed to the sun a bit more. Unless you're one of those people who wear shorts, like, 24/7, all year. Which I find to be super strange, but whatever. I'm not gonna judge.
He likes to flatter, claim that they remind him of me, but he's always loved the flowers, even before we married.
Half of my hair on my hand is so blonde. Everyone thinks I have baby hands. True. You never go into the sun. Okay, never mind then. I'm not a gambling addict. What do you mean? I'm blonde, but my eyebrows and beard are darker than my hair. I am so envious of people with dark eyebrows, naturally. So jealous. And eyelashes as well. I have the same issue with my eyelashes. If I didn't wear mascara, you wouldn't know that I have eyelashes, and it sucks. Much like the piano, I didn't take him for a person who liked flowers. Daffodils, least of all. What's next? Am I gonna find out that Mr. Right saves kittens from burning buildings? I hate the hair on my arms, so I shave my arms. I did that once in grade school, and everyone made fun of me for it. Never did it again.
I'll go and snoop about upstairs. You go and do whatever it is that you have to do.
When she goes without even asking if I need her hair, I'm left standing to stare at the walls. Really, I don't need to do a thorough inspection of the building itself. It isn't really part of an interior designer's work. That's something I've never seen. It's very common here. It's very common. But the architect in me is committed to doing this task with every project. If I'm going to make a living space that have both form and function, I might as well make sure that the entirety of it is safe for my clients. I make fun of it whenever people find out. I don't understand why people make fun of people for things like that. It's dumb. Let people do what they want to do with their bodies. How can we do her if she leaves? Good point. My eyelash is something to be jealous of. Boys just have such luscious eyelashes. And I hate you all for it. Since I'm already here, I roam around the dining hall to check things off my punch list, if you will. But when it's time to move on, I hesitate. Mr. Wright said he would be somewhere around here on the ground floor, and I really didn't want to be alone with the whiskey. I'll trade my eyelashes for a Norwegian cutie girlfriend. Done. I will take you up on that. I understand why you would do it, Akalia. Definitely. And I just believe very strongly that unless it's hurting other people, everyone should just be allowed to do whatever they want with their own bodies. I don't understand why anyone would make someone feel bad about that. It's just... ugh. People. I have to look through the place eventually, sure. But on the other hand, I can do it later when he's gone. I'm imagining Twiggie plucking out my eyelashes very slowly and painfully. Have you ever had like a stray eyelash that you have to pull out with a tweezer? It's not pleasant. You want to restore a pair of eyelashes. Yes. Under my lens even. Ugh! It's so painful. I can go upstairs first if I want to. Which floor should I go to first? Which floor should we go to first? Ground floor, we risk running into to Whiskey. First floor, I think we have a higher chance of running into Ghost. I would rather see the Ghost than Whiskey. I feel like I've already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Before I do that, too late. What are you gonna say, mister? I want to move to my bed without being scared of ghosts. Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. Take my chances with the ghost. Yeah, I would rather deal with the ghost than Luke. Sorry. Hope my new Norwegian cutie girlfriend would be okay with me not having eyelashes. You can have mine. She won't know that you have eyelashes, but you can have mine. Of course, I know that's just a convenient excuse. I just don't want to be in the same room as Whiskey anytime soon. So I might as well just go upstairs first. The banisters on the grand staircase's landing are solid and at a proper height. Any lower and they would be in trouble. There's a small catch on the carpet though, but as long as nobody tries to run down the stairs until it gets fixed, things should be alright. And the stained glass? Art. Restored, no doubt, in the image of the last lady and lord of Ermengarde. Or it was supposed to be, until Lady Charlotte's fiancé was brutally murdered. By who? Worst case, Luke would start hitting on her again, we would have to hear her seduce her voice again. That's pretty bad. I would rather deal with the ghost. Perfect. By a witch! A witch of all things from what I've read. You'd think that the historians of this place would be a lot more scrutinizing, filtering out stuff like that. A witch? Do you think they're talking about the ghost? Out of all the time, that one startles you? Yes. Who is Lady Charlotte? She's one of the owners. One of the previous owners of the mansion. Charlotte Ermengarde. I'm amazed they bothered with it, instead of replacing it with some generic cookie-cutter design. The entire piece alone would have cost roughly 500, even £1 million. Lady Charlotte Ermengarde and her beloved. Looking at the mosaic, it's not too far of a stretch of the imagination to believe that the depicted images could be Mr. and Mrs. Wright. It can be easily assumed as such if one doesn't know the history of the mansion. Really, a place like this should be protected by the government as a landmark. But what can I do about it? Don't know, pounds to US dollars, that sounds like a lot. It's a lot. Pounds and dollars. It's it's almost $1.3 million. So, yeah. Lighting keeps changing slightly, and I'm very put off here. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's Ghost City. Walking into the East Wing, I tried to go into the theater, but is met by an obstacle. That obstacle is the locked doors. 2 doors, 2, and both of them are locked. I'd be frustrated. Would be if I already hadn't snuck off while the Wrights were having their business meeting with Miss Cooper before to take a peek. With what Mr. Wright wanted, we'd have to install a powerful projector, the type they use in cinemas, and a projection screen. The seats would have to be reupholstered if they were to be any comfortable, and the walls will have to be covered in dark material, paint, wallpaper, or install wall-to-wall carpeting. You're at the bed, mister? So you're good with ghost scares now. Good. Really, of all the rooms I could be jealous of, this is the one. I could just picture myself in there, watching old kung fu flicks on a weekend-long marathon. Makes me wonder what kind of movies Mrs. Wright would like. Rom-coms, perhaps? Her husband, on the other hand, I'd rather not think about it. In the middle of my notation and planning, I don't even realize that I'm not alone until I'm caught standing in front of a locked door like a fool.
Were you meaning to go in there? I'm afraid we won't be able to open it up today.
You're feeling you take little mistress feeling into account? Of course! I can hide under a blanket now at least? Good. You have protection.
Oh well, I wanted to, but it's fine. I can still survey the rest of the place.
Apologies, but the key was missing when they were handed over. They told us that they'd get right back to us with it.
What? But aren't they supposed to hand over all the keys once property changes hands? That can be grounds to file a complaint.
They were already kind enough to let us move in so early. There's no need to raise a fuss about it. Worst comes to worst, we can call for a locksmith.
The air is heavy and somber when she grows quiet and glances out the window. Out towards the vast expanse that surround what would be their house. Their home. Then she looks back at me with a sigh and a bitter smile.
Flowers. Yellow flowers. Daffodils, dandelions, and sunflowers and the sort all up front. Just a whole garden of them. They'll make the house look lovely, won't they?
Of course. A garden is a wonderful addition to any home.
As I say this, her eyes roam over me, scrutinizing and thoughtful. I have to hold back the shiver that threatens to run down my spine at being inspected so closely.
Yes, it must be nice.
We're still talking about the gardens, yes?
I mean not having to worry about what another person thinks of you.
What do you mean by that?
She lifts her hand and points to her wedding ring before it falls listlessly to her side.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I didn't marry Luke. There'll be no fights about walk-in closets or silly helipads. I could do with this place as my heart desires until there's nothing but content.
The journal is broken again. I want to just quickly see what day she was asking Marianne about her relationship. What day is it today? Is it the 26th? No. 24th or something. Yeah, it's the 24th. Can't be before that. '28th. Okay, so that hasn't happened yet. Perhaps goes to the owners, ladies of the house. Miss Charlotte first and Hannah now. Maybe. Maybe. I have no clue. It could be so many things.
There'll be no fights about walk-in closets or silly. Then again, I wouldn't have bought this place if it wasn't a gift for him. I probably wouldn't even be in Luxbourne if it wasn't for him. Maybe I would have moved to London, Manchester, or Birmingham. I might have even left the country altogether. France, Germany, Spain, Canada, Sweden. even America. The possibilities would have been endless.
Also, a quick reminder, Ash is working on a case that's related to the rights, and we don't know what that is yet. I don't know what to say to that. What is there to say?
I'm sorry, I must sound so petty and ungrateful.
Names all kinds of countries, not even the two best ones, right? I'm gonna leave a poor review just because of that.
I do love him. So very much, even if he can be a bit difficult at times.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just confused why you're telling me this, of all people.
Tiger, good evening. How are you doing?
Just a whim, I think. Just flights of fancy, that's all.
Given so many possibilities that speculating feels like it's a 10% chance it's gonna happen, right? I almost feel like I can't even predict stuff anymore because it gets crazy.
Don't you ever think about one decision you've made in your life and wonder how much would change if you chose to do things differently?
Yes.
I try not to dwell on the past, ma'am.
The key word is try, of course. Thinking of the past brings up too many ghosts. Memories of her. And I do wonder what would change if I had just said yes when she asked for me. Maybe she'd still be with me. I return to the present, just like I said, I try not to dwell on the past. Just playing some Final Fantasy 14. Ooh, fun. I love Final Fantasy. I haven't played 14. I think the last one I played was 13? Can't remember. Someone say that to me when I pour my heart out. I'm confused why you tell me this. I would instantly feel awkward and not talk anymore. Yeah, I would take that as an I am uncomfortable with this situation and I don't know why you are still talking. I have no idea which one of these two. I feel like why don't you decide on your own is more in line of sort of what Marianne knows about the relationship. Because Marianne knows that Luke is cheating. And, I mean, she can obviously tell that they're not super happy together. I'm gonna start Final Fantasy games. I don't know where to start. My favorite is Final Fantasy X. And X is a fantastic game. Highly recommend it. I think we're gonna go with this one. Decreased our relationship. That's not good. I think Final Fantasy 6. See, I never played the older ones. X was my first Final Fantasy game, which is why I'm a little bit biased towards it. Naturally, because I had such a great time playing it, and it remains almost one of my favorite games ever. Yeah, they're all like separate stories. Not X2 though. If you're gonna play X2, you need to play X. Do you need to play Final Fantasy A through W before X to know what's going on? Yes. You are gonna need that. I think 7, if you decide to stream 7, I do think that has a very dedicated audience on Twitch. So that might be a very good idea. Everyone chooses the first Final Fantasy game they ever played? Yes. Definitely. Understandable. Her worries seem simple enough. I mean, it doesn't have to be as difficult as she makes it out to be, right?
Why don't you decide on your own?
This is definitely a very Marianne thing to say, though. I meant nothing against Mr. Right, though. Of course, the whiskey buggered me to no end. By law, she would be the owner of the house. Well, unless they signed a joint property ownership anyway. Which is a rare thing, as far as I know. Especially among the highbrow types. Sure, they could actually love their spouse. I don't doubt the possibility. But money is money, and it makes people do the most horrible things sometimes.
It's your house. You can paint the whole place pink if you want, and there's not much he can do.
Treat each Final Fantasy game as a different dimension? Yes, definitely. The somber expression she had changes to a look of contempt.
I could, but we are husband and wife. Equal partners in marriage, Marianne, though I can see that you don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to help you.
This is his home as much as it is mine. I'm not going to go behind his back over a room.
Open door is quite unsettling. I'm just waiting for the ghost to sort of slowly creep out of it.
And how dare you suggest that?
It was meant as... What? That's not the conversation we had. It was meant as... You don't have to rely on him for every decision you ever make in your life. You can do some things on your own. You don't have to be reliant on him because you're clearly not happy being reliant on him. Because you feel tied down and you were mentioning all of these grand things that you wanted to do. How do I even talk her down without causing further offense? It's in my attempt to shake off my own drama that I end up tripping right into theirs. Because really, I have no business meddling in the affairs of my clients unless it's involved interior design or architecture. Yet here I am, opening my mouth and yapping. I do hate to see a good woman down. Can't remember what everything does in this fight and I have no idea what's going on. You don't have to, it's not important. That does look very nice, Joey. Yeah, that looks super good. So torn between relationship. Kind of annoying at times. Yeah, because she's so sort of into this idea of appearing perfect for everyone else. But she's not happy.
That's not what I meant by it. I just mean that maybe you don't have to get the approval of your husband all the time. Or well, okay, fine. I know nothing about married life, Mrs. Wright. You're right about that. But I still think you're allowed your indulgences every now and then.
Of course, my form of indulgence meant buying old slate 78 RPM country records. Records which I don't even dare use with my gramophone. For her, it could very well be buying entire houses.
That's just my take on it. A perfect relationship is as rare as hen's teeth. You got what you got. I mean, you're doing well enough without my advice. Sure look it.
That looks to placate her somewhat. She looks away and starts to favor the view outside once more with a faraway look in her eyes.
Feel free to look around the rest of the house. Everything but the theatre should be open. Just call if there's need of me.
Of course, Mrs. Wright.
I really shouldn't have opened my big mouth in the first place. This sort of thing only gets me in trouble. Keep it clean, keep it simple, and stick to business. That's it. Be professional. But I failed to do that just because of her pretty face. Good night, Victor. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you later. Some brand new IPS. A new use albums in one of those random cheap stores that has everything. Ooh. Why they have those in stock out of nowhere? No, it's crazy. I'm wearing a coat identical to Marianne's. It looks very comfy and warm and stylish. When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. I look out the window from where she was standing, and I move on. Alone with nothing but my thoughts and her.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Thought the old biddy would never leave.
It's utter madness, this hearing things. I reckon it's a stress, though I don't know what exactly I'm stressed about. If meeting Mrs. Wright has really thrown me for a loop, I'd be worried. If I'm developing some sort of psychosis or disorder, well, I'd call a doctor. But hopefully it isn't that, not right here and not right now. I mean, it could just be that personal talking cricket, the conscious, so to speak, and I'm only noticing it now. Though if it is, it isn't very helpful. Pushing the dilemma of voices in my head aside, I go back to work. But I can barely make it a few steps before everything tilts and shifts. I don't really stumble, but it feels like I'm being thrown off my feet and the rest of the world just follows. Though my feet stay firmly on the ground, and even though I stay mostly upright, I feel like I've been heaved and put off balance. I have to close my eyes in the hopes of willing the sudden sense of vertigo away. But when I open it, I don't want to click continue. I do not want to click continue right now. Well, I don't feel any less sick because of the sight that greets me. Blood dripped from the walls and the ceiling, pooling downwards and seeping into the curtains and the carpet. A wave of nausea, stronger than the last, hits me along with the overpowering stench of blood and gore. I want to bolt. The rational part of my head is telling me to flee. And I would gladly have done as it asked, if only I didn't hear her.
In here, Marianne. Come on. I have something to show you.
No thanks. I could have ignored it. Would have ignored it if I only heard it in my head. But I swear this time it's coming from one of the rooms, much further into the study. And I feel compelled to pay attention. I can't just turn and leave. Yes, you can. This is also a type of interior design? It is. Not when it's her. I don't even think as I follow the sound of her voice. Oh my god, don't do this. Oh my god, don't even. Lorraine. Lovely Amanda Lorraine. She was my friend, the only one I had at St. Samtans. I was a scholar, the charity case, in a school for privileged and prestigious young girls. They all looked down on me, if they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. All except her.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve.
Excuse me, say that again.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve.
One more time.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve.
These are Scottish names, right? Like really, really, really Scottish names. It could be Irish too. This is the kind of name that I associate with like Gaelic. Zelda Link's Awakening from the Game Boy is getting a remake on the Switch? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We jump to reality and the ghost is in front of us because that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Why I gotta teach that butterface a lesson?
Wait, no, lass! I don't want you getting into trouble with the sisters again!
Relax. It's not like I'm going to stomp her and her lackey's arses flat like last time.
It's like they just thought, oh, these people are Irish, so we need to give them extremely Irish names. I have an old friend from a family in Ireland who's called... It's Owen? That's not... Why? Why? Why?
Come on, let's just go back to our dorm room. I don't want to be on my Tobler while you go get yourself punished.
Tobler?
You'll be fine. Gip's there with you.
Gip? Gip! Lorraine was there when I needed her, through my highs and lows. Having her as a friend made being in a strange school away from my father all the more tolerable. She saw this poor, helpless girl who was kept down and shunned by everyone else, and being the kind soul that she was, she rescued me. So brave, so beautiful. She was something else.
I'll eat all the chocolates stashed away in your closet if you go.
I can get more. Just don't go complaining to me if you get a tummy ache because of that.
Love her accent so much.
Well, you don't want to get detention on a weekend, do you? It's a Friday. We can go to town and have some karaoke. And we can have a go at druids and demons again. You're not going to miss that just because of Maeve, are you?
Maeve, it's... I'm gonna screenshot her name and I'm gonna post it in different Discords and I'm gonna ask how people would pronounce it. Sometimes I question what I did to deserve a friend like her. No, Lorraine is fantastic. In the darkest corners of my mind, where traitorous thoughts lurked, I thought she only felt sorry for me. Maybe she was just being a good Samaritan, offering a helping hand. And perhaps I had been too selfish to return the favor.
You have a point. I'll just kick her arse on Monday then.
I love her accent. Here's the thing, Lorraine actually sounds Irish. Marianne doesn't.
That's not what I mean! I know what you mean, Em. Wait, where are you going? You just told me you wouldn't cause trouble. I still have something to do. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to burn down her dorm room or something criminal like that. I'm just going to talk to her. Maybe I'll make it so that her room smells like a dog's air biscuit. That'll make it an excellent weekend.
I just want to listen to her for hours.
I'll see you in a bit, Marianne. Lots of tobblers.
What is tobblers? Queen of Connacht in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology. Cool. Why is it spelled like that? Toblerones could be. Because when she told me that she loved me, I couldn't admit that I felt the same way. Oh. Not to her, and not even to myself. It was wrong. I was taught that way. Husband and wife, one man and a woman. Unclean, impure. I prayed for her and I, for our sins and for salvation. I wanted to apologize for disregarding her feelings so callously. I must have been like a slap to a face for her. But life had gotten in the way. Exams, which were trivial in hindsight now, took top priority. I had to keep my grades up to keep my scholarship. For my father. I told myself I would apologize to her when those were over, that I needed to focus first, and not let anything distract me. And she died? I agree, Hope. It's so good. I love it. It had been easy when she avoided me like the plague. She was upset. I get that. Yeah, no. Please don't. No, I don't want to go back to this world. I thought I had the time to make things right, but...
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th year dead.
Fuck. That's Lorraine.
Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
It told us there was an accident. That was the official statement. But I knew better. She was dead because of me.
Maeve had a hook and I kicked the bucket, didn't she? Ding dong, the witch is dead!
She had. Though she didn't say which, Lorraine.
But at least Maeve had the courage to admit how she felt about me.
Ouch. I don't even know how long I've been stuck here in a trance. In the mirror, Lorraine smiles at me. She's as beautiful as I remembered her. But then... I feel bile rise up in my throat as her clean image warps into how she looked like when they had found her dead, lying on the cold, hard ground. Good Saint Dymphna, great wonder worker in every affliction of mind and body, help me. I'm seeing things, hearing things, and am I going completely insane? Looking everywhere but at her, I hope and pray that it's enough to will whatever this is to go away. It doesn't even immediately register in my head that I can just leave.
You, on the other hand, can't even look me in the eye.
Oh my god, this is getting personal.
This isn't real. You're not. You're dead!
I'm dead. Because of you. And you won't even look at me. Look at me.
My breathing quickens and I can feel my heart being torn apart by her words.
I'm so sorry, Lorraine.
Look at me!
I can't take it because she's right. It was my fault. The least I can do is look at what I've done. Lorraine, broken and bleeding, looks at me with such hate-filled eyes. An unnatural smile stretches across her face, and I can only see malice in it. Then she lunges at the mirror, ripples around her form, the glass parting like the water's surface for her. She grips my shoulders, and I can feel her nails dig deep, sharp, even though the fabric of my clothes.
There you are.
Oh, fuck!
You're coming with me.
What? That was not enough time. What? That was no time at all to do them. We have Catholic school and daddy issues on Marianne's part before all of this even happened. Yes. Okay, another try. That was no time to do the quick time event.
You're coming with me.
What the hell?
You love me!
Apologies spill through my lips as tears cloud my vision. But I won't give in to this madness. There are 2 ghosts? I'm not sure if there are 2 ghosts or if the ghost just appears differently to different people. I have no clue. I won't give in to this madness. With every bit of strength I have left, I struggle to get away from her. Fear grips and threatens to choke me. I endure. I escape. And without turning back, I stumble back out. In my panic, I don't even care to look where I'm going. With one hand on the wall to steady me, I just hobble as fast as I can away from the study. Away from that mirror. And yeah, that is the same mirror as Hana also saw. The ghost. Yep. Freedom is bittersweet. I'm free from the madness, it seems, as running out into the hallway reveals it to be in pristine condition. But it means I've turned my back on Lorraine. Again. I have no plans of stopping, not until I know I'm safe. And if that means walking back to Luxborn, as ridiculous as the idea is, then so be it. Someone suddenly grabs hold of me, however. Fingers digging deep into my shoulder and my heart nearly stops. My body seizes and I nearly scream.
Marianne, you look awful. I mean, not awful, but... Did something happen? Are you alright?
The ghost I see sometimes is really... just this flying squint? That sounds terrifying. And great.
This is right.
Without thinking, I sought comfort, seeing that it wasn't her. It's a sudden, impulsive thing to do, and had I been in a better condition, I wouldn't even dare of doing such a thing. But I didn't know what else to do. Though I know I shouldn't, her warmth, her scent, they grounded me. She's intoxicating.
Marianne, what's going on? Oh, you're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, she's so terrified. Tremors run through my body as soon as my mind realizes I'm no longer in danger. I wanted to cry, scream about what I've seen, but like a scared child, I couldn't control myself. My mind couldn't reconcile with what I've seen. I should just write it off as a figment of my imagination, yet I can still feel her nails cutting into my skin.
Are you sick? Should I call for a doctor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wright. Just feeling a little woozy and lightheaded is all.
Let's get you somewhere to sit down then. Come on, don't worry, I have you.
A lie, but a whole lot less complicated than telling her I was attacked by a dead girl. But at this point, I believe Hana has seen the ghost as well. Oh, sorry. When the feeling of fear eases off, I feel nothing but shame for my actions. I quickly back away as I clear my throat and nod my thanks.
I think I've had enough looking around. If it's all right with you and Mr. Wright, I'll meet you outside.
If you're sure, I'll have the car started. Do you need assistance heading downstairs?
I love her. I love Hana. She's so nice. I see a really big, like, 2-story tall black squirrel in the middle of the night if I wake up and look outside. What?
I'm alright, ma'am.
This
Just
sounds
go on ahead
terrifying.
and I'll be right there.
It seems to placate? I don't know, her worries, though only for a brief second. Before she heads down, I don't miss the concerned glance she shoots my way, hidden quickly under another smile. I won't begrudge her for it. That worry. Placate. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you all. Hi Shank! Is that finger to the mouth necessary? Yes. Obviously. The look on my face must have been a strange enough sight on its own. Even I am still reeling from whatever that was. Her voice still whispers in my ears. After all these years, she's still... No, Marianne. Shaking my head at the thought, I drag in a breath and follow shortly after Mrs. Wright. Whatever has happened in the past, it's long gone. Only memories now. And those are things I can no longer bring back. It's already dark as we make our way out of the mansion. With no lights, we're only illuminated by the headlamps of the Wright's car and stars up above us. The sight of them helps me compose myself much more than several minutes of being alone did. The car's engine is running, yet the two still stand out on the lawn. Just get rid of the mirror. Yes. Sounds good. Mrs. Wright is busy, eyes up to the stars. And Mr. Wright, arms crossed, has his eyes down on the ground. It's the crunch of the grass under my heels that brings her attention to me.
About time. What took you so long? A minute longer and I'd think the house swallowed you all up.
Oh, hush, dear. I'm sure she has her reasons. Marianne doesn't seem the sort to idle.
Sorry, I was just checking on something important.
See, business is business and they take time, love. You should know that better than anyone. So, Marianne, what do you think? Are you the woman for the job? I know we already signed papers hiring you, but I want to be 100% sure that you are committed.
I glanced back towards the mansion, knowing what I'd seen in there. Or rather, who I thought I saw in there, because there's just no way. Not to mention how I acted towards Mrs. Wright, for goodness sake. I should feel the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when a promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. This is my chance to turn it down, make excuses, say that I'm not up for the task, that I need to take care of my old sick father. Just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous for a contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down. But for some obstinate reason, I can't. In the same manner I haven't let go of her, and the regret that has shadowed me since that day. This is the first time we actually seen the mansion in nighttime? It might be, yes. During the beginning of Marianne's chapter, they basically revealed that she frequents the bar and brings strange men home on a regular basis. Partly to forget about her. Much as I hate to admit it, even to myself, seeing her again, the mischievous glint in her eyes, the loose tendrils of her hair curled around her forehead, it's something I've terribly missed. And now that it's here, almost within arm's reach, my father would tell me, sometimes you just have to go through with it, consequences be damned. And, well, I don't really have any logical reason to say no. At least not something a client of the Wrights would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
Yeah, that's a good point, I want to watch the Mirrors movies? I can't remember if I've seen those.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Hearing her voice again, sends a chill running down my back. I can't wait for this day to be over. Okay. From the mansion and through Anslim, I rode with them in silence. But as soon as we hit the city proper, I asked to be dropped off and bid them good night. I thought it would be best if I didn't stay too long in confined spaces with either Mrs. or Mr. Wright. Both seemed to cause me serious trouble, and if the project had been any less interesting or grand, I would have dropped it without a second thought. Would have. Shouldn't have. Won't. I assure them that my place isn't that far off, and I have to fight off the urge to roll my eyes and groan when whiskey throws me a little smirk. But even in my own home, peace is elusive, as is sleep. I lie awake, thinking of what I saw in that mansion, of who I saw. If I so much as hear a single whisper from her, if I so much see a wisp of her hair, I'm afraid I'll go mad. But none of that happens, and it makes me feel hollow. For 2 nights, I've had trouble sleeping. But it's only one morning, when fatigue has already let me rest, that I'm reminded of what terrifies me so. Oh no. In my restless dreams, I see that mirror. The one in the study. And in it, I see her. I see them. Lorraine and Hannah. Hannah and Lorraine.
Poor pathetic Marianne. Work, work, work. She'll work herself to death.
See? See? She doesn't listen. That's all she did.
Can someone say thanks to Skibbles for stopping by? And we'll see him later. Yeah, Shank. Why are they naked? I assume it's because Lorraine was in love with us and we turned her down, or we didn't reciprocate her feelings, and that she sees Hana basically as Lorraine. Oh god.
Look at what happened to me.
They talk among themselves with cruel smiles and venomous tongues. Or rather, to themselves. 2 heads, 1 body. A horrible mockery of these women, as if they were one and the same.
More's the pity. Life goes on and goes out, and she doesn't even see it.
Do you think she'll even realize when she's kicked the bucket herself?
When they say a person has a hard time telling when they were in the dream, it was true often enough. Even with this bizarre sight, or even with the obvious implication that this isn't real, I can't help but feel the distress.
Likely. Is that any way to live at all? She might as well be dead.
Cruel fate that she's alive and I'm... well...
Though they speak into each other's ears, tones low and hushed, I can still hear them clear as day. Their whispers pervade the air, heavy and oppressive. They bury and dig into my head like tiny maggots, worming their way into my skull. It's only then that they take notice of my presence. Eyes turn towards me, and I can only feel a small under their scrutiny. Caricature smiles etch on their faces, mimicking each other grotesquely.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Have you been looking at us? Spying? How scandalous. Such a naughty girl.
I have chills. I have chills, and I'm getting flashbacks to the first time I met the crones in The Witcher.
I'm sure you were just waiting for something lewd to happen.
You know she will not admit it. She thinks it wrong. You've said it so yourself.
Yes. She thought me wrong, impure, abnormal, because I loved her.
My breath hitches, and I open my mouth to protest, but they stop me, screeching. The mirror that holds them cracks, lines spidering across its surface.
Do not lie! We know the gluttonous thoughts you try to deny, girl. All those desires you bury beneath that sickening guilt. You act the martyr when you turn the bed you lie in into your own hedonistic hell. You are nothing but a tainted soul with filth-stained flesh held together by falsehood and pride.
They look livid. And when it looks like they would lunge... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, that one got to me. That one really got to me. That was one of the most efficient scares so far. I have chills running down my spine. Ooh. That was really scary. I wake, feeling like the wind had been knocked out of me. With a groan, I squint and find a certain fluff ball sitting on my chest, looking as pleased as a punch. Yes, please show us, Baruthiel. Thank you. She is the overlady of the cats, queen of despair and destruction of nice furniture. Accurate. I'm gonna screenshot this, because that is clearly needed. There. Though I can't stay mad at her majesty because it feels like she did something good this time. I was having a nightmare, but I can't even remember what it was about. Trying to recall leaves a terrible pit in my stomach. Maybe it's probably better that I don't remember.
Good morning, Baruthiel. Who's the good kitty? Are you hungry? Is that why you woke me up?
That line goes to so pathetic and poetic and good, even though it was cruel at the same time. It was so good. I feel like it sort of encapsulated all of Marianne's fears and her issues in one. Good night, Joey. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. King gives his spooked rewards of the kitty straight after. Yes. They know how to do this. A content purr comes from my sweet dear before she jumps off the bed and trots towards the kitchen. On the other hand, it takes me a bit more before I roll out of bed and start my day. Mornings before work is always a quiet affair. So we're on the 25th now. This is the same... Okay. So the 24th, that was the same night as Isabella saw the ghost in her office. And today is when... Not really that much happened on the 25th. Shower first, then a mug of coffee and a bowl of oats. Sometimes I do stretches, and I always check my work email. The Wrights will be moving into the mansion today. I don't think the paperwork is officially done yet, but it isn't too far-fetched to think they were allowed to start their move despite that. Rich people like them will always find a way to get what they want, after all.
I'll be leaving you again today, Beth. So you behave and make sure not to shred up my new covers, okay? And don't worry, I didn't forget tomorrow is Black Cat Day, so I'll throw you a party. But only if you behave like a proper lady.
She barely gives me a glance as I say that before going back to her own food. Cats. Still better than humans. Most of the time. Too bad I have to work with humans. The place is already busy as soon as I get here. The foreman, one that I recommended to the Wrights for his work ethic, is early as usual. Already, he's instructing men here and there with the bigger loads. I had no chance to talk to him as Mrs. Wright appears and greets me with a smile.
Mrs. Wright, I hope everything has been to your liking thus far.
Good morning, Marianne. It has been delightful and these men have been very helpful. Look at all this. It's so busy here. I'm getting tired just looking at them go.
No complications so far with the movers or the previous owners of the mansion, I hope?
If anything, the only one being problematic is Luke, if I'm to be honest.
Sounds about right.
He can be such a diva, but I do like that about him.
She stops, looking up at the upper landing where Mr. Wright comes through with the two other movers and the mirror from the study.
Oh, do be careful with that mirror. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt because of broken glass.
Don't want to go near a mirror, aww.
Why are you even having it carried around?
Oh? You did say you didn't want the mirror, and I keep getting distracted by it.
Because he's looking at itself all the time.
If I'm going to turn the study into my office, I'd rather not have it there. Where can we put this?
Well, you are not putting it in our room. Why don't you go, I don't know, put it in the wine cellar for now? We can figure out if we'll store it in the attic or somewhere else later, yes?
When is it that Hana sees the ghost or hears the ghost in the wine cellar? I don't remember when that was. It can't have been this long ago. No. Oh, I don't remember.
You heard her, boys. To the cellar it goes. Mush!
So they're really building on this idea that the ghost is tied to the mirror. Hana has seen it in the mirror. Marianne has seen it in the mirror. And now they're moving the mirror to the cellar where Hana heard the ghost crying. And this is worrisome. The movers bring down the mirror one step at a time, no matter how much the man tells them to hurry. An unsettling feeling grows in my stomach as I see our reflection in the bloody thing. And I look away, not wishing to risk anything. If I see Lorraine's image in the mirror now, I wouldn't know what I'd do. I don't have the luxury of privacy right now, and I'm not going to break down in front of all these people. Mrs. Wright only shakes her head and laughs at her husband's antics as he takes the mirror out of there. He's back at it again soon enough, pointing the man here and there. I'd say he's the man with a plan, but it sort of interferes with the layout and design that we've all agreed upon before. I'm about to point it out, but...
It's better you let him realize his mistakes on his own, rather than tell him of them. That way you do not get blamed for his actions. It is more fun, too, to tell him... how does they say it? I told you so, once he slips up.
I love him.
Been working with him long enough to know that, huh?
Truth possessed, we're really close to that, yeah. It's not like I plan to make too much of a fuss, unless what he changes is actually crucial.
It happens often enough, when one is made to accompany him nearly all hours of the day.
The same day, yeah, it's, it was, wasn't it? But it doesn't seem to be in the journal? And that's... Oh, here it is! This crying woman! Ah! Here it is. It's just like a small note at the end of this. So that was on the 26th. And she got possessed on the 29th. What day was it today? It's the 25th today. Okay. It adds up. Today is the 25th and they're moving the mirror to the cellar, and the next day Hana hears the crying ghost from the wine cellar.
Up, higher! Come on now!
Still, he could at least be less pushy about things.
Careful now! I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African Blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings.
We've been right here before with a different character.
Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
It's surprising how hands-on he is compared to my usual clientele. While the both of them are, actually. It's refreshing to have them participate, despite their initial reluctance.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
So satisfying when the puzzle is starting to complete. It is, but at the same time, we still have 3 more characters to play as. It's gonna be more to it. Because we can't just be able to figure it out right now, and then that's gonna be the end of it. Ugh. I'm glad it's not infected, Akalia.
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's Emma No, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
He really needs to tone down the dramatics a notch. Mrs. Wright and Butler look like they're used to it by now. But the rest of us? Well... Lounge goals, I need a new chair. Get one of these, they're very comfortable. And... This is not something I usually do on stream, but... It goes all the way back, and it's lovely. The green screen is in the way. But... It goes all the way down. I may have slept in my chair more than once. You have the same coat as Marianne? Nice. But yeah, this chair is nice. Of course, people usually buy these chairs for back support, but who needs that, right?
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let your Hans and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
We have this, Mrs. Wright.
Use code Twiggie at checkout for an error. Perfect.
Yes, please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
Need head support, I have neck issues, and my chair doesn't have any. This chair comes with a cushion right here, but I think it's just uncomfortable. And I think it's because I'm a little too short for this chair. See, when I sit properly, that cushion is sort of... is right here. And it's not comfortable. It would be better to have that like down in my neck rather than at the back of my head. You know? So. You can stay in a chair playing to late hours and just fall asleep. Yeah. Or I could just sit in my chair watching something and then just fall asleep. It's wonderful. My birthday soon as a hint to Mama Tiger. Do it. Do it. There's an obvious sense of relief as Mr. Wright is dragged out of the room, leaving the movers to do their work in peace. Some grumbling even comes from some of the younger workers. It's a good thing the family butler isn't some blindly loyal tool to his boss, or they will be trouble with Mr. Wright. See you, Nippy! Have a good ride home. And we'll see you later. Have a good rest of your day. Hi, Boofoo! Good evening, good evening. Good to see you. Hinted at the torn fabric on the arms of my chair, and boy, I've got me new fabric and staples for my staple gun. I love your wife, Tug. She's amazing. And you're a handyman, right? You should be able to fix that on your own, right? Right? How is your stream, Boofoo? I have been wanting to play Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, but I'm not sure who I would play it with. But it seems fun. Rebuilt all of this chair multiple times, so you can do it again, easy.
He is such a bratwurst. Whiny baby who never got enough hugs from his mutter.
Probably accurate.
Probably lost in translation, and not that I'm condoning talking about someone else behind their back, but I think you meant to call Mr. Wright a horrible brat.
Well, he is that too. There are a lot of things I can call him, but I mean to say that he is a big weenie.
Yes.
A childish name for a childish person. Like a child, he whines when he doesn't get what he wants, and he breaks the toys that he has.
That gets a laugh from me, as well as a few of the movers who lingers near. He and I carry boxes instructing the movers where they should be and generally taking over Mr. Wright's work. It goes off without a hitch, and the man is helpful, efficient, and capable with physical labor, despite his clean-cut appearance. A gentleman to boot, taking boxes from me when he sees me struggling with them. Speaking of boxes...
Hey, one of the boxes for the kitchen is missing. Has anyone seen it? The one with the pots and the knives.
The bratwurst had it brought upstairs, thinking it was for the attic.
Why would he... Oh, never mind. I'll go get it.
Why even bring a box of pot and knives to the attic? That man is ridiculous. There's probably no point in making sense of what he does, if he does them just because he can. At least it turns out that I don't have to make it all the way up to the attic. The mover, probably on Mr. Wright's order, left the box on the stairs.
At least it's not that heavy.
I managed to hoist it up without much effort. But the time it takes me to do that is long enough for me to overheard an odd conversation I could never in my life imagine coming from a couple like the Wrights. Is this the day where they talk about the baby? About having a baby, and she overhears it?
You're not careful.
Oh. Yeah, this is the conversation that we had when we were Hannah, sorry.
And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
We had this conversation with Luke as Hannah.
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
True, true. Dogs are infinitely superior, of course.
But what about the wet dog smell? The mess. I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute. If you think about it, a cat would be better.
For once, I'll have to agree with Whiskey on this one, though I can live with Mrs. Wright being a dog person. But as amusing as this conversation might get, I really shouldn't be caught eavesdropping or slacking off on a job. At most, I should be looking at ways for possibly soundproofing certain rooms, perhaps bringing it up if they don't realize the lack of it. Guys. Every fiber of my being wants to keep listening. 'Cause I am nosy as fuck. I will admit it. I thrive off of other people's drama. And I always want to eavesdrop if I can. However, she's gonna get in trouble. She could, if they come out, she could just pretend that she just got there and was just picking up the box. But Johannes would definitely be suspicious of that, because he would be like, no, you went up there like 15 minutes ago. I don't know. I don't usually care for the private affairs of my clients. It's fine. It's fine. As I consider if I should lurk a little longer, I miss what else was said. All I know is that the topic has somehow moved from pets to children.
What? I wasn't being serious.
It's not something you take the piss out of. Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hannah. We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
The regret sinks in fast. Why can't I just keep to myself and mind my own business like I usually do, of all the times to be curious? Lorraine, bless her soul, once told me that there are 3 things I shouldn't do unless I want to be the shit list of these social elites. First, don't mess with their livelihood. Whatever business they have that made them and keeps them rich is something that they need to protect. Whether it's some multi-million company or some sort of state secret, they keep that close to their chest. Businesses that challenge legal matter and moral issues aside, unless they profited from criminal conduct, it's best to steer away and avoid being their competition. Second, don't mess with their affairs, especially their married sorts. It's messy business just to even gossip about it. And worse, to actually be the other woman? I'm towing on the line with this rule as it is because of whiskey. And a third thing...
Of all the times to be as sharp as a beach ball and as slow as a sloth, Marianne.
While the third thing rings true for just about anyone, really. Don't mess with their family. Of course, she used the word mess quite loosely. And I think what I'm doing now falls under the multiple definitions it could take. Listening to this, something so undoubtedly private is a great way to get in trouble. I know, Hope. They really rub it in.
But I do think you... Don't finish that sentence, Hannah. Just don't. We know how this discussion ends. Let's not fight over what ifs and if-onlys.
But what if we are going to have a family, Luke? What then?
She's pregnant, just as a reminder. She's pregnant.
I just told you. No what ifs.
We won't talk about it until you're ready.
Let's not talk about it then. Ever.
I walk away, as far and as fast as I can while still carrying the box until I'm a good distance off in a foyer. I even risk my neck taking the steps down 2 at a time before quickly handing off the kitchenware to Johannes.
You really shouldn't run down those stairs. You might slip and break your neck. And that isn't a pretty way to go.
I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Wouldn't want anything to happen to my pretty neck. Why do you think I wear a scarf?
Because they're comfortable? Other than that, they're still serious choking hazards. You might be wearing your own noose.
Cut the morbid stuff and let's get these things where they belong.
I kinda like him.
My kitchen,
a lot.
My rules. If you have somewhere else to go, which I'm sure you have, you may leave the area to me.
Well, I still have to check a few things there, if you don't mind.
How many times do you need to check every room? Are you sure you're not just looking for the secret recipe of my Kirby soup? Because I'll have you know, it is all in my head.
I like to be thorough with my work. I'm sure you understand.
He shrugs as we enter the kitchen. The box is quickly placed on one of the countertops and he sets to work quietly. Occasionally, he would ask me to take one thing or another and place it somewhere else, but for the most part, I'm left thinking about what I just heard. That talk of children and Mrs. Wright's insistence on getting that room. Could it be? No, she doesn't look it, but of course it could just be too early to show. And if she is, does Whiskey know? It really didn't sound like it. What do I care though? Oh, aside from the fact that I might be working with a pregnant woman who'll have a baby in the near future, and this place isn't exactly up to modern safety standards. It affected a relationship. It might help. It also could be that Marianne just feels so awkward about having eavesdropped that she lets it affect how she thinks about them. And she feels guilty. Seems to be pumpkin soup. Is that the German word for pumpkin? Because it's weird. It is. That is strange. Okay, whatever. The slightest possibility that this might be the case only makes me worry. I'll have to do a better job than what I usually do. Sleep well, mister. You're up super late. Get some sleep. We'll see you later. Thank you for being here. The movers work efficiently, even when they're left alone, and they do quick work of their responsibilities. The head foreman comes, standing in a doorway to consult me on this or that, and I have to go help out every now and then. Never a fan of pumpkin soup. I'm not a fan of pumpkin in general. Reddit, that shit loses time. Oh, I know. But they pretty much have everything up to standards. They skip lunch entirely, not even realizing when they do so. Nevertheless, all is well as the butler gets to heating up the leftover bubble and squeaks from breakfast. It makes a generous batch of fish and chips for them. Most likely simple in comparison to what he serves to the right, but well done nonetheless.
That smells good. Want to wrap up some for me to go?
It's an idle observation more than anything. My thoughts, as they are, preoccupy me.
If there are any left, one can't go wrong with fish and chips. Everyone loves them. Even my husband. And he's American.
I really do hate getting so up and close and personal with my clients. It's a distraction. It's obvious to me that I've gotten my priorities all wrong when I can't help but think about what I heard, what I learned about the right couple. These things have a way of creeping up on a person, thoughts, ideas, whether they're fact or fiction. They creep up and fester, crawl and writhe in the way that they twist. I hear giggling, delighted and mocking. They creep up and... The sensation of fingers ghosting briefly on my arm causes me to freeze and hiss.
Don't!
I half expect her to be there.
Whoa, no need to scream bloody murder! It's just me. Quiet down before you break glass.
But it's just whiskey.
Don't do that again. Ever.
I don't like being scared. Though I don't believe in the likes of spooks, being startled is not on the top of the list of things Marianne liked. Lucky for him, I have nothing within reach, or he would have gotten on friendly terms with something, like a rolling pin. Good evening, hobbits in Isengard. How are you doing?
What was with that reaction? Were you really scared?
Well, you snuck up on her and touched her. You don't do that.
Has Johan's been telling you ghost stories? He just loves to scare people. Isn't that right, Brother Gurium?
I think that he has a crush on Marianne. I think that's why he's being so kind to her. The butler's expression is unreadable. I hardly see any emotion on his face to begin with since I started working for the Wrights, aside from vague amusement. There must have been something there, though, judging from Mr. Wright's own content look. The expression on Mr. Wright's face is almost cruel. But neither of them spoke, even as Johans leaves the room to serve the workers their late lunch.
So, now that we're alone, Marianne, what are you so jumpy for?
I was just thinking about all the urban legends the movers have been telling me about this place.
Everyone's just crossing people's personal space in this game. Yes. Constantly.
Don't tell me you believe in that tosh. They're nothing but tales made up to scare children. Timmy, Billy, don't you dare go up to that big mansion and get in trouble there. The ghosts are going to get you.
That's a boring way to look at it, but that's usually what it is anyway, no? Like I said, I was just thinking.
It would be a relief, actually, if those rumors of this place being haunted is true. That just means I'm not going bonkers. Hearing, let alone seeing a dead person, isn't exactly the symptoms of a healthy mind. Sure, it means that there would be such things as ghosts and goblins and ghouls, but at least I'd be sane. On the other hand, there would actually be a dead girl walking around.
If you could excuse the inane question, Mr. Wright, you haven't noticed anything weird here?
We have no idea if Luke is seeing the ghost. A simple enough question on the surface, yet I notice the man stiffen as the question leaves my mouth. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't watching his attention intently. But in his eyes, I see something dangerous.
It depends on your definition of the word weird. Are we still on the topic of this place being haunted? Because no, things have not started to fly around and we have yet to require an exorcism. I don't think my head would like to do the whole 180-degree turn thing.
Well, maybe that, but no strange people?
Aside from my usually weird butler and all the weird men traipsing around touching my things? No, not really. Why do you ask? Have you noticed anyone strange while you were here? Because you must report it to Johans and he'll have security handle it. But these reports better not be about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. I don't want to waste manpower on the boogeyman or senseless witch hunts.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Wright. But no, it's nothing like that. I guess the mansion is just strange for me. It's a unique project.
No strange men or women lurking about then?
A dead teenager would technically qualify as strange. But yeah, the whole I see dead people isn't going to go over well.
None that I know of. But I'll inform Johans immediately if something comes up.
I'm serious, Mint. You see anything, anyone suspicious, and you report it. Immediately.
Excuse me?
I think that goes without saying.
The concern he have on the talk of security is quickly gone. His arrogant, smug smirk returns, if a bit subdued. Whatever smarmy remark, I'm having so much trouble talking today, I don't know why. He definitely remembers, yeah. Whatever smarmy remark or innuendo he has on the ready never comes through. As voices from the dining hall ring out.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Sack!
Nah, I just freelance mostly. For magazines, newspapers, and events.
Ooh!
So you can't really call it a full-time job.
So while we're having this conversation, Zack is taking pictures of Hana in the foyer and sees the ghost. Right out there.
It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least not all the time.
That would be the magazine photographer, I presume. As always, Mrs. Wright talks in such a kind and cheery fashion, no matter who she's talking with. It certainly puts people at ease around her. It sounds like it's working on a photographer too. Hearing them, though, seems to put Mr. Wright in a sour mood. At least if his small scowl is anything to go by. It does, doesn't it, Hope? Fancy words that I've never read before and tongue twisters. It's not a good combination, especially when I've been streaming for over 4 hours. When all the scenes link up. Right? It's so cool to have everything just come together with scenes that you've seen before as different characters. It's really, really good. Is he jealous?
Hey, are you alright there, Whiskey? You're looking like you need a serious drink.
I don't think distracting him would be a good thing to do. She doesn't like small talk, so she wouldn't...
What is it that you want to do then?
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right?
Oh, when they were talking about films, he told her about the movie that he made, which was basically about racism. For those that aren't aware, this guy called Zack the N-word to his face just a few days ago. Just have Link take over for a bit to rest your voice. I would if I could skip this. I would if I could.
I was working on this thing, actually.
I'm fine. Just a bit winded from all that moving about. It's been a long day.
Do you think he feels guilty?
And the day's not over yet. So if you can excuse the bloodness, you either shape up to help or ship out back to your room and let us do the rest of the work.
Yeah, Tiger. It came out of nowhere and it was very shocking and out of the blue, and it was uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. He hesitates. Eyes locked firmly on the door that led to the dining hall. Even now, we can still hear as Mrs. Wright and the photographer chit-chat in between shots.
It's not my place to say this, but she really does seem to care a lot about you, you know?
There's no need to remind me of that.
A strange smile appears on his face before he shuts his eyes and sighs.
Tell the workers that you're all dismissed early.
That's nice and all, Whiskey. But we really shouldn't just take off. Delays aren't a good thing when it comes to big projects like these. The sooner we tackle certain issues, the better.
And I trust you can take care of these issues another day. Don't make me ask again, Mint. Just tell the others they can go home early, and to not worry, they'll still get paid the remaining hours.
I don't know what prompted this. With the air he's putting on, though, I know better than to meddle and prod further. Besides...
Fine, you're the boss.
Walking out of the kitchen, I just accept the fact that whatever he says will go while under his roof. Mrs. Ryder and the photographer are still far too busy in conversation to notice me, even as I make my way through the dining hall. Besides, I didn't want to ruin their fun.
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
So that's when he tells her that he made this movie that was about racism in today's society. And Hana was there when Luke called him that. Marianne would never meddle. No. She would never eavesdrop. She would never give relationship advice. She would never do that. Going to the foyer has me stumble upon the family butler once more. He raises a brow at my presence.
And where are you off to in a hurry, Miss McCulloch? The foreman is looking for you.
The Bratwurst wants us off the clock. He's dismissing us early because of... Oh, I don't know. He just wants us out of here.
I'll go and call a cab for you then. It would be for the best that you leave when he asks you to.
I don't doubt it. My ride back to the city doesn't take too long to get here. Actually, you know what? We're out of the mansion. I think right now is gonna be a good time. As good time as any to call it a day. And end the stream. No? It's late. I have school tomorrow. We can see the ghost. He's super good at hiding it. Yeah, I think he's that kind of guy. I think he definitely has seen the ghost, though. I think he has. I'm sorry, guys. We are gonna end it right here. I will keep playing tomorrow. Because my god, this is a good game. I love it so much. The more we play it, the better it is, and I just want to keep going forever, but I can't because, let's face it, I have school. So we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll finish Marianne's chapter tomorrow? I don't know. I have no idea how long it is. But we'll see. We'll go for as long as possible. I'll get some rest in the meantime. I'll see you guys later. We'll raid someone playing Metro last night. If you want to join for that, please do. Lars is a fantastic guy and he's super entertaining. I will see you guys later for more The Letter. Thank you all so much for hanging out and for watching. Good night, everyone.